Good afternoon, everyone. Happy No Day Without Hate. Not No Day Without Hate. That would be a double negative. Happy Day Without Hate. Hopefully you are a person who celebrates Day Without Hate 365 days a year, but today is a day that we honor. And of course, students did that yesterday, so happy non-contact day as well to all teachers who are out there hopefully getting some time in their classrooms to catch up, plan, and do all the things, as well as engage in some, hopefully, really well-developed professional learning. This is our negotiation session with Jcea and Jeffco Public Schools, and we are happy to have everyone here this afternoon. We are going to get started in just a moment. I'll review the agenda. Before we do so, we'll go around the room real quick and introduce ourselves and our role, and whether or not you have any elephants or time constraints. We are currently scheduled to meet from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. this afternoon and evening. And other than that, we'll go ahead and get started. So my name is Amanda Perazio. I am the Associate Chief of Schools, and I have no elephants and no time constraints. And the question of the night, or the afternoon rather, I'm going to struggle with this one. Do you have any great questions? Brooke has a great question.
Well, Dale and I got the privilege of going to the Teacher of the Year event this morning. So one of our time constraints is we get to have dinner with her, so we'll be leaving probably a little bit early. But she talked about acknowledging one good thing every day, and it changes your whole mindset. So what's one good thing about today? And if you want, a little more time to think about that, that's fine. You could pick maybe something in the week, but I really want you to encourage you to look for something, one good thing from today.
Nice. One good thing from today. So I'm happy to start. I woke up this morning at 5:10-ish, thinking I was going to be so exhausted I wouldn't have time to get on my Peloton. And yet I did, and I felt so great afterwards. I always love working out in the morning because I feel great all day long. Anna?
I'm Anna Bryant. I teach third grade at Hackberry Hill. I don't have any elephants or time constraints. And my one good thing about today is I got to connect with a lot of staff members this morning that I don't usually get to connect with.
Hello, Michelle Malis, Green Mountain High School Spanish teacher and Jcea bargaining chair. I have no elephants, and I do have a time constraint. I'm going to have to leave a little bit early tonight, so I apologize for that. But one good thing for today. So for today, we had somebody come to our school and kind of talk to us about climate and rethinking how you think about things. Bill De La Cruz, if I think you guys are aware, know him. And so it just gave me a lot to think about, and thinking about shifting the way I think about things and how I show up in situations. And I thought it was great.
Richard Sanchez, 6th grade social studies teacher at Bell Middle School. No time constraints, no elephants. Dude, hopped on the Peloton. Good.
Actually, I do have an elephant. I feel really bad. I have to apologize because I forgot to thank Swanson Elementary School last night for the wonderful dinner. I meant to do it right after dinner, and then I got sidetracked, and I'm so sorry because it was wonderful. Love sandwiches, the chips, cookies, everything. And I apologize I did not do that last night, and thank you because I know they were coming back from the Coors spill in the game and all of that. So thank you so much to Swanson Elementary.
Where were we? No, woke up this morning, got on the Peloton, staff breakfast, bomb, and then I got to sit down with my planning partner, Rick Espy, and we planned out the rest of the school year. So that just it feels really good. So good things today.
Caroline Frazee, principal at Arvada High School. No elephants, no time constraints. And I think my one good thing today was I got to have lunch with a colleague and a former colleague. And as principal, I never even get to sit down and have lunch. So that was super nice to just spend some time catching up.
Deanne Hoffman, principal at Hutchinson Elementary, no time constraints or elephants. The good thing that happened to me this morning, last night was our annual Spring Fling fundraiser where the community comes together and we have a silent auction, and it was fantastic and it was so much fun. And this morning, as the staff is sitting there, and a good majority of the staff was there last night, it's just a super fun event and the kids are so excited and the energy was so positive and so fun. And as our staff was very tiredly sitting in front of me this morning, because it's tiring, right? We're exhausted, but everyone felt the same way. And we were all there and we had great learning this morning, and they got some time to do some work together. And it's just satisfying, because that's the benefit, right? Is seeing the kids and what we do together for them. So that was a great thing.
Hi, I'm Beth Grabois, Director of Math and Science. No elephants or time constraints. This morning started out pretty great. I met some team members over at Mulholm Elementary, and we were organizing. You know how it just feels good to there were a ton of materials and a big mess. Just imagine lots of messy stuff that nobody wants, and we just got through it, and we organized and put stuff on shelves, and feel like it'll be a great start to next year getting that done.
Steve Landrigan, Executive Director of Employee and Labor Relations. No elephants, no time constraints today. The good thing that I felt has happened for me today is I had the pleasure of working with Lisa all morning, and that was just unfortunate circumstances of what we were meeting on, but it was a pleasure to meet with you and collaborate with you on those things.
Dale Munholland, Jcea Vice President, Social Studies teacher at Pomona High School. The only time constraint that, like Brooke had mentioned, we have to leave early to go to this dinner tonight. No elephants. Good thing that happened. So if you know me, every single day is a great day. There's no such thing as bad days, because when you wake up and you're alive, good God, that's a great way to start the day, right? Everything is great, and when you wake up and you're alive. But today, if I had to pick one thing out, would be having gone this morning to Columbine High School and met and listened to Rebecca Peterson, the Teacher of the Year. It was phenomenal. She has a compelling story. It was a great message, and she was a very pleasant lady to meet as well. So that was my day.
Good afternoon. Anthea Justice, Learning Specialist, Ryan Elementary, Jcea Bargaining Team, no time constraints, no elephants. So I'm going to start with my husband because he currently is with our puppy and her sister, which leads me to what I'm grateful for is it's actually my teammate who keeps me sane in bed, but she sent us a gift card for watching the puppy to our favorite place, and was like, dinner's on us, and we kind of we're trading trips, so it was unexpected and it was sweet, and I'm grateful for also having two 7-month-old puppies when I get home to keep me busy this week.
Kendra Geis, I teach 5th grade at Swanson Elementary, no time constraints, no elephants. And what I am grateful for is this morning I got to go with my husband and we closed on the sale of our house. So one house done. This is such a great way to start bargaining, and I'm not just saying it because it's my question, but I really like it. As you know, it's been a hard week for my family, and today it was great. We went to Columbine High School and we got to hear the Teacher of the Year, and JCA helped sponsor that. And at the end, Kate Tennyson pulled Dale and I aside and they gave us their special Columbine coin for the coin challenge. And it was just really touching. She started to cry when she gave it to us. So it's really cool because one of my friends got one of these a couple of years ago and explained all the things. And now I have one, and it's just a neat thing. But it was a great day, too, because I got to have lunch with my vice president and ride in his car. And when I got in his car, it smelled amazing. And then I looked at the air freshener, and it's a picture of his wife. And I immediately texted her, and I said, I want one, because it was like, it was really cool, and it made me laugh. So it's been a great day. So let's keep it going and just agree to everything we say today, right?
Okay, I'm Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School. I don't think I have any elephants or time constraints, although I will note that this is the broadtail hawk migration this week has been phenomenal. And I've been inside every day and I haven't seen a single one of them. So that's a little micro elephant there. But in terms of things I'm thankful for, usually, after the Thursday bargaining, I have to wake up really, really early and get back to school to meet the wonderful kids at school. But as a result, the last 12 or so Fridays, I've really been dragging a little bit during the day, and it's like a little droopy-eyed and things like that. And today I actually slept in for an extra 45 minutes and then got to eat breakfast with my wife. And so it was a little bit more relaxed there in the morning before I went to school. And so I'm feeling all vigorous and ready to go today and well rested and, ready to, spend the next 15 hours here.
Lisa Elliott, Jcea staff. I have no time constraints. The only elephant I have is a warning. I feel like a 3-year-old who hasn't had a nap, which means I'm a little hyper, but you know how they get cranky after so I will try to be on my best behavior. I too, Steve was going to say the same thing. Steve and I dealt with a couple of really heart-wrenching situations, and I really appreciated his partnership. And I feel like we left those two individual educators, I'd like to think, maybe feeling a little better about their situation.
Hello, everyone. Jennifer Kempson, Director in Human Resources. No time constraints. Not really an elephant, but just a reminder as we narrow in on our last articles that we are working on. The color coding is crazy. So if everybody who is working on articles that we're presenting can just make sure to take an extra minute before we present to double check, especially if we're returning to original language and we make it black, please mark in your color, either blue or red, that this is return to original language so that when we're looking at it, we don't overlook that. So I don't know, the colors are rolling around in my eyes. So I just thought I would put that out there. Two really great things today. One, I woke up and my cough is getting better and better every day. And that is delightful because I'm going on week number 6 of this. So that's been really great. And right before we started, I got my text reminder to confirm my massage and facial appointment for Sunday. So that's delightful to be thinking about. Oh, and that's all. I got all the things.
Hello, Stephanie Jones. No elephants or time constraints. And I got to work with 2 great educators today with their systems work, and I just really enjoyed it and hopefully made a difference. So that was what was great. And like Lisa, I'm really tired and kind of punch and grouchy, and teary. So if I just start crying for random reasons, I'm fine.
It's this side of the table, unfortunately. Because I was going to say the same thing. Michelle DeAndrea Austin, I'm the principal at Bell Middle School. I also am attending the dinner tonight, so I have that time constraint. And I had CPI training this morning, and so I'm not dressed for the dinner tonight, so I'm going to have to bolt out of here and get changed. I'm very excited about that. Only elephant is, I'm repeating what all this side of the table is saying. I'm pretty tired. What a lot of good things today. I went to CPI training today. I won't lie, I wasn't looking forward to it. But it really was a good training. And in the middle of the training, I got a call from my daughter, and she was very excited to let me know that she's an RA up at Montana State. And she's very excited she got the placements that she wanted. So that was good. Yep.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Brooke, for that question. That was an amazing question. And something we should do every day.
Can I interrupt real quick? I would just like to point out, and I'm not the first to notice this either, but Steve and Dale match. And I think that it's almost like the scene from Beetlejuice. Like they're looking at each other, So sorry, I just had to point that out. I'm sorry.
Twinning at the negotiations table. And those of you going to the dinner tonight, you look amazing. You look very lovely. Also, Mike Freeman, as you know, is not here today because he was hosting this National Teacher of the Year. And so thank you to Mike for all of that hard work in getting all of our sponsors from JCEA, JCAA. I'm not sure if he pulled JESPA into this one or not, but
Really great plow company that came from the community. Nice. And I wish I could remember the name, but I'll bring it next bargaining session. But the man and his son came, and they're sponsors, and it's a local business, and they're from North Dakota, so they got the great accent. So, and as you know, Mike Freeman also grew up in North Dakota, and I kind of did too. So nice. Anyway, so when we have a drink today, the O's will come out.
I believe it. I believe the O's. Okay, so this afternoon, I'm sorry, I'm going to mess that up quite a few times, I think. We have multiple articles to exchange language on. So we have Article 16, variances, and Article 12, hiring and staffing, both district versions. And then we have Article 5, a quick turnaround from JCEA, so thank you for that. Article 13 is the leaves and position holds article that we've combined, 13 and 18 previously. And then we have Article 25. We're hoping to wait until our registered nurses are available to join us around 2 p.m. Actually, we'll be lucky if we get that one done before 3. But Maria will be back from an appointment around, I think she said 3:30. So after 4 o'clock, we will present on Article 26, special education. And then we have a tentative on Article 24 after 5 p.m., which is our art, music, and PE article. So elementary specifically. And so we will turn it over to Jennifer to take us through Article 16 variances, and I will present it on the screen. Whoops.
Okay, so just a few quick things back from what was proposed from JCEA in their Bravo version. So adding back a sort of revised language about the facilitator piece. So just saying generally, the facilitator will represent the committee to request additional information from schools, deliver the committee's decision to approve, not approve the variance applications, and for any other variance-related communication to schools in collaboration with all members of the committee. And the reason for this language is just to ensure that we have a point person who will be that main point of contact for schools so that it doesn't get confusing and, oh, Lisa, were you supposed to do that? Oh, I was supposed to. So if we just kind of have a main point person as our general person to provide that communication, I think that will just continue to make our process even better because it has really evolved in the last 3 years, and we just continue, I think, to get better and better and better. Accepting I totally understand that the language around the not meeting consensus didn't feel right at the time. So I just added some language 16.2.2 that says if a variance application is denied, the school will be notified as soon as possible and provided feedback as to why the application was denied. Any school whose application is denied will be given the opportunity to go through the collaborative process with staff again and submit a new application. All resubmitted applications will be reviewed in a manner consistent with the established process and parameters outlined in this article. And that's it. Questions?
Any questions on those two additions or modifications? Brooke?
I guess just about 16.2-2. When they, how many times can they resubmit? I just don't want it to be like all year long and to be reviewing the same thing.
I don't feel like that's happened.
Yeah,
I do think that we've allowed that, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, maybe, do we want to clarify that, or do we as a committee make that decision?
That's a great question.
Okay.
I mean, I would leave that. I think like maybe take that back and think about it. I'm fine with either. And I understand, right? We don't want them to keep coming back and back and back and back and back. But I do think that it could depend on the variance and what they're asking.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Maybe
important
it's
to have another opportunity to fix things, or, and there's been some that we have denied for a reason, and so I just don't want to see that same thing to maybe cycle through.
For sure.
Okay.
I mean, I would hope that if we provide them really intentional feedback, and if there is a contractual reason, really, which is when most of the time when we've denied them, right, that they wouldn't try to sneak it back in, right, with the same things. But I see that could happen. So open to thinking about how we might just adjust that a bit.
Okay.
For sure.
Well, I was going to say, if it's okay,
yeah, please
in here, so wouldn't that be part of the feedback that you provide? So if the feedback provided is this is just a no-go because it's not going to work, but if it's like, hey, I think the issue is X, Y, or Z, then they should be given the opportunity. I feel like wouldn't that be part of the feedback process? I'm just asking.
That's sort of when I was writing it, that was my thinking, but I understand also that.
Because as a committee, couldn't you say the feedback is you've submitted this 7 times and we've said, or whatever the number is, and we've said no, I don't think this is it, go. Couldn't that be part of the feedback?
Yeah, and I don't think we would do that. I think, Michelle, to your point, like our feedback would be, we don't, at this time, right, like we don't see a way for this to work. Mm-hmm. But if you go back to your staff and can find a way that fits within the parameters of the contract, or reasonably outside of the contract, without displacing someone, without a job being a job being taken away, that sort of thing, I think that one time seems fair, like a one-time opportunity to try again.
Were there any other questions about this one? I mean, might we offer a friendly amendment around any school whose application is denied will be given the opportunity to go through the collaborative process with staff one additional time and submit a new application?
I would be good with that, and then we could TA it. I'm good. I just, I think our committee has done an amazing job, and it's like this year was just so smooth because we've worked together for a while. And so I think that that's something, the committee would also probably give back. But I just want to clarify it for people that are applying, because this makes it sound like they can keep going. Right. So
I added that at the end to say,
perfect.
We'll be given the opportunity to go through the collaborative process with staff again and submit a new application one additional time.
Yeah, I think that's good.
All right, I see that I see that Rob would like to make a clarification.
Yeah, just one clarification on the other 16.1. It just mentions facilitator of the committee. Is that facilitator decided in the committee who the facilitator is?
Yeah. Yeah, it's generally, I mean, it has been me. So it's generally the person on the HR, one of the people on the HR team that facilitates that.
Okay.
Because because the applications come to us, we send out the invites, we keep all of the data and information. So that's typically how it works.
Okay.
I'd like to add, Rob, it really does work because she's gathering the stuff. But if we have questions, then Jennifer goes back, asks the questions, and then lets us know. And it works well. Yeah, it's I don't want to facilitate it.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. And mine's kind of a clarity question too. I'm wondering if we want to use the word submit a new application or submit a revised application.
We would actually have them submit a new application because they have to go through that whole collaborative process again and revote, and they would have to change. There's things in there that they have to talk about the impact on student success, that sort of thing. So I would view it as a new application. Would you guys not agree? Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Have to go through the whole process. Yeah. Okay. But thank you for asking. It's always good to.
Any other pieces of clarification people would like to make before we come to a tentative agreement? Seeing none, thumbs up if you agree, sideways if you want to talk more, down if you disagree. All right, we TA'd one in the first 40 minutes. Nicely done, everyone. We are going to have a chant after each TA now. Okay. Ooh, nice. I love that. Okay, moving right along. Our next district echo version of Article 12, which is staffing and hiring, and some other words that I can't remember. Jennifer's linking it in, and I will project. Ah, thank you. Displacement, that's the word I couldn't think of. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Jennifer.
Okay. I think we're pretty close on this one as well. Still just needing to have that language at the top approved. I think we've talked about that. We agree that that language is captured below. So just wanting that to be highlighted, that we're going to remove that and start with 12.1 of hiring. In 12.1.1, I mean, we have the word the and some crossouts of things, nothing major. We are still not in a place where we are going to accept the language about hiring contract employees while we understand the position that the Jcea bargaining team has on this. We believe that it's a management right to be able to hire people in the way that we need to. And that, again, we are only exploring this option when we have positions that we need to fill, particularly with in special education, and we can't fill them. And we need to contract out and find other people to fill those roles because we owe kids time and we owe those services. In 12.1.3, we've accepted that most of that language. We've added hiring managers, usually the principal, because we understand that we want to make that clear, or department supervisor will post positions in a manner that affords reasonable opportunity for the internal and external candidates to apply for positions. We've just adjusted the language a bit about how the jobs are posted to say human resources will strategically advertise jobs to attract diverse and highly qualified candidates. Scrolling. If I pass something that that needs to be mentioned, just let me know. Accepting the language in 12.1.9, the selection committee for central base administrators who supervise departments with, and I just said licensed educators because maybe it won't always be a TOSA. Who knows? Maybe some other position will come along. Will include at least one educator from that department. 12.110 is the language from Article 15 that we talked about last night that we didn't feel fit under temporary positions, that I moved to Article 12. And here's what we're proposing. All current educators may apply and be considered for jobs which open during the summer and after the start of the school year following the guidelines below. Educators may seek promotional opportunities, including but not limited to instructional coach, dean, TOSA, and assistant principal at any time throughout the year. I want to clarify that a promotional opportunity is not something that is just more money. A promotional opportunity is a significant change in the role and the responsibilities of the position needed, and potentially experience that might be needed to transition like into the role of instructional coach, right? Like that's not going to be, we're not going to hire a year one teacher into that. We're not going to hire someone to be the dean who doesn't have a certain level of experience. So I'm going to be really clear about a promotional opportunity is viewed as something where there's a significant change in role and responsibility. It's not just an increase in pay. Jobs not deemed promotional opportunities are considered lateral transfers. Educators may accept a lateral transfer on or before July 15th each year. And I want to talk about this a little bit. We had a lot of robust conversations as I introduced this language to a variety of stakeholders, and ultimately landed with this language because it is very disruptive to have educators leaving the classroom at all times throughout the year to go to something that is not a promotional opportunity, to make a lateral transfer. So it's not only the school who has somebody who maybe had a last minute, life situation and they have to move out of state and they have to resign their position. So we have that school who has a vacancy. And then if we're allowing educators to make those lateral transfers, now we have another school that is impacted by somebody leaving the classroom middle of the year. And thinking about those classrooms at the secondary level, that could be hundreds of kids that are impacted when someone's leaving. So we really, really had really good conversation. We had a lot of feedback opportunities for people, and we feel like at the end of the day, we have to think about what's best for our kids. And so that's where this language comes from. 12.1.10.3, interviews for current educators must be conducted before or after the educator's duty day and may not interfere with their assigned job responsibilities in any way. 12.1.10.4, hiring managers are required to contact the current supervisor of any current educator they interview to conduct a reference check. 12.1.10.5, if a current educator is selected for an open position for which they apply after the start of the school year, the hiring manager must contact the educator's current supervisor to work out a mutually agreeable transition plan of up to 30 calendar days from the date the offer is accepted by the educator. The transition period for educators hired into central-based positions may be longer in order to reduce the impact on students at the school level. And I want to connect back. So up to 30 days in 12.1.10.5 and the piece about educators may accept a lateral transfer on or before July 15th each year. Those two pieces are really grounded in what is current law, which is an educator needs to give a 30-day notice before they leave a position. So we've tried to connect that in those two pieces of language as well. A school leader may say we don't need 30 days. Maybe we only need 15 days. Maybe class sizes are smaller in third grade than we anticipated, and maybe we can shuffle kids around and maybe we're not going to post that position. Like there's a lot of different opportunities, but we want to allow time for that notice to be given, for the job to be posted, for candidates to be screened, for interviews to be held, and to leave the school where a teacher may be leaving, an educator may be leaving whole before they go on to their new opportunity. Then in 12.3.3, which is, I think you guys had, originally, like it was a little bit further down, but we've moved it up a bit around. Oh no, I'm sorry, not this one. When appropriate and aligned to current practice. Yes. when appropriate and aligned to current practice, school-based positions typically split between schools such as digital teacher librarians, social emotional learning specialists, and SPED learning specialists may be paired by the identified department or departments, because sometimes that's a collaborative effort. Positions increased to full-time by the school and then reduced in a later year will also be a part of that pairing process if that is current practice. We try to kind of find a balance of what we know that you're looking for, but also allow flexibility if the pairing process were to change, if it wasn't specific to those roles. So that was sort of our meet in the middle place with the language. Yes.
There's one word in 12.
Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Positions typically not characterized by split school assignments, including but not limited to. I don't know if that's our language. I have to go back and look. I might have missed that one. No, that's current language, actually, I think. Yeah, I think it is actually current language. I'll go back and double check that one. Let me see, where was I going? Okay, 12.4.3, displaced educators at the district level will be identified within the department or team with which they are assigned according to the qualifications required for their position and after collaborative budget and staffing discussions, which is language that was proposed by the Jcea that we're accepting. And then we just struck to address the needs of schools and district programs because we don't feel as though that is necessary. It's really just the idea of having collaborative and budget and staffing discussions. Let's see. We've already accepted that previously. One of the established collaborative committees, we accepted that at a previous session. In 12.4.8, there was the request about the assistance piece for displaced educators. So we just cleaned up that language a little bit and just said apprising educators of job opportunities as well as assistance navigating the process. We struck 12.4.10 because we've now added it back up in the previous article that we just talked about, 12.3.3. And then in 12.4.15, there was a request to kind of have a way for educators to have a voice or input in the displacement process. So the language we are coming back with and proposing is educators will be given the opportunity to provide input about the desired articulation areas and or schools, but that input does not guarantee the placement location. And then Lisa, the feedback that you had provided last time about the two places where he had said displaced educator in an ongoing position, and that felt like that might be confusing for people. So I just struck that language and I added 12.4.17, which just states temporary positions are for 1 year only and probationary educators in temporary positions are not guaranteed employment, ongoing employment rights outlined in this article, or priority in the hiring process. So I think that clears up that piece and then will not create uncertainty for those who are displaced that are guaranteed those rights. I think we had accepted this previously in 12.8.2, the second paragraph. If the part-time position subsequently returns to a full-time position, the part-time educator has the first right of refusal for the full-time position. If the full-time position is declined by the employee, the displacement process will apply and normal hiring procedures will begin. I believe that was previously accepted. And I think the same in 12.8.4, the last sentence, this applies when the educator never held the position full-time as described in this article. And then for job sharing, we are meeting you in the middle with February 15th, which I think we've agreed to. So I think that's it.
Dale? And then Rob?
I have two questions.
Sure.
One on, let me find it back up here. 12/1/10/2. On or before July 15th of each year. So I think there might be need to be more clarification on that, because technically at July 16th is before July 15th of the following year.
I was thinking that earlier too. I was like, how do we say of the upcoming school year or something?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Like
Does
prior
between
to
the two of you.
Yeah.
And I've only read this like 400 times, Dale, so it's fine.
Right. So
Educators may set the lateral transfer for the upcoming year on or before July 15th.
yes, that would school year. Yes. Yeah, school year is different than calendar.
I hope you're okay if I just added it in now. So it's less that you have to take back and think about.
My second question.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was just something that popped in my mind as soon as I saw that.
Appreciate it.
The other question is, teachers may move mid-year for promotional. You said that promotional is not necessarily tied to salary. It would be a change in, like a radical change in their duties. So what about moving from elementary to secondary or secondary to elementary? Because those are radically different assignments.
Yeah, we actually talked a little bit about that. I guess I would say I agree. And that would then need to be a collaborative decision and a collaborative conversation, right, between the educator at their current school, and then maybe an agreement between the administrators of both the current school and the receiving school potentially. So I don't, maybe there's language that we can add to address that, because I do think that is different. And if somebody, I think that there's this potential, right, that someone could have been working on getting their endorsement in math in order to teach secondary math, and they didn't have that, right? So I think that there is some space for us to have further conversation about that. Amanda, would you agree? I think that we even talked about it.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah. So we would, if you have counter language that you want to propose around that or think about, we would definitely be willing to take a look at that, because I do think that that's very different.
I just wanted, what Jennifer and I had talked about this before, and I just wanted to note what she had said previously, is that a promotional opportunity technically could be a lateral compensation opportunity.
Correct.
And not a promotional compensation. But I do believe that that is a pretty significant change in expectations around instruction, going from secondary to elementary or vice versa.
Agreed.
Rob and then Kendra?
Yeah, so mine again deals with 12/1/10/2. And I guess this ties back to last night, where, I had not wanted to at the time do a TA on article, whichever it was, let me see.
15.
On 15, because there was a sentence on Article 15, sorry, I was on Article 15, saying all current employees may apply and be considered for jobs which open during the school year. And I was told, when I did agree to TA, that language was placed into Article 12.
Yeah.
And, TA'd it contingent upon that. To me, what is in Article 12 is not that statement. What's in Article 12 is a very different statement that says after July 15th, you can't apply for other positions. And I guess where I'm coming from, and at this point, I don't have any, personal stake in this, but I know years ago, I taught for 3 years at Alameda High School, and it was wonderful. I really, really, really enjoyed Alameda High School. But with that said, it's a heck of a long way from where I live. And so I kind of had my eyes open to work at Stanley Lake. Not because maybe Mrs. Cassie worked there, but simply because it was, much, much, much closer to where I lived. and it was a much better fit for me. It made my life much simpler to do. And I really regretted leaving Alameda because I loved teaching at Alameda. The kids were wonderful. The school was wonderful. I loved teaching at Alameda. But I made a transfer when that opportunity came up, when actually they opened RV up and some teachers went to RV, and that opened some positions at Stanley. And it really helped simplify my life and make my life, more manageable. And I was more able to then, be a successful teacher. And I guess the problem I have with this language is, were that to have happened after July 15th, I wouldn't have been able to apply for that position. And like in high school situations like that, you could go 5 or 8 years in a department before a job opening happens. It can be, and Stanley Lake had that. For many, many years, our science department was the same people. We had almost no, flow in or out. We have, had a wonderful group of people there working, but we were the same department for many, many years, and there weren't openings. So if I'd missed that one opportunity, it might have been a decade before I had another chance at that school. And this language basically means that if you advertise on July 17th, all of a sudden that closes off that option for people. And that could be then, 8 years, and you might get out of teaching. I have a colleague who was ready to quit teaching, or a former colleague, I should say, who was ready to quit teaching until a job opening came up that worked a lot better for them. And, I just, to me, the language presented here is different than, what was transferred out of the other one. And I think it was fine with the statement of it's a temporary contract, because then, you have it for 1 year, and then everyone has the opportunity to, to apply for it. But the way this is done now, if it's a temporary position or not a temporary position, you're out of luck. And that's a radical change from the current status of how things have operated here. And it means you could box people out, or you could never get the opportunity to have jobs at particular schools, just given the way that the language changes have happened. And so to me, this is really problematic language. And I think there needs to be, some contingency for, if it is after the 15th, then you have to reapply the next year, and which reintroduces temporary contracts.
And that's not an option, because we're not reintroducing temporary contracts, are no longer a
then
thing.
I have real problems with this language, and I have real problems that I was told yesterday that we've just put that in the other thing, and that's not what I see. What I see in this article is vastly different from what was in the other one. So I don't feel that was an honest statement last night.
So just so everyone is aware, the exact language is right here in 12.110. Obviously, it is further developed. So if you choose to reinstate that language, it is there for you. This is the article it belongs in. Just whether or not, no matter where it goes, and whether it has all these bullets underneath of it or not, this is the exact statement with our edits. And so by all means, counter-propose away. And Kendra, then Richard, and then Anthea.
Okay, I think it's just a clarification for my thinking on how this process would work. So an employee applies for and receives a promotional opportunity, and then let's say that leaves a vacancy in an elementary school, and it's now after July 15th. That vacancy can then only be filled by external candidates. Is that how it is? So somebody within the district could not apply then for a lateral transfer to that elementary school that was vacated by somebody seeking a promotional opportunity? Am I reading that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask one more question with that? Sorry. Is there a reason that July 15th was picked as opposed to?
Because it's 30 days from the start of the school year, which is.
Thank you. You said that.
Yeah.
And
No worries.
okay,
It's all good. It's a lot to.
It's a lot to take in. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it is a lot. My questions with 12, 1, 10, 5. So it says if the current educator is selected for an open position for which they apply after the start of the school year. I'm reading this back for my purposes too. So the hiring manager must contact the educator's current employer or supervisor to work at a mutually agreeable transition plan for up to 30 calendar days. What happens if it's I guess what happens if they don't agree after 30 days? Does that position just is it a wash? Or can the educator be like, well, I'm going to this school? Like, what happens?
Well, no, so this language is saying that up to 30 days. So there would need to be a mutually agreeable transition plan of no more than 30 days.
Oh, okay.
So if you apply for and accept, let's say a dean, because I'm just making this up. Like, let's say you really wanted to be a dean at some point, and you apply for that position, and you're offered that position, and you accept that position. From the moment you accept, there's up to 30 days for the two principals to decide what that's going to look like. But you would be going, like, you're not losing out on that position or that opportunity.
Thank you.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Anthea, and then Michelle, Lisa, Rob. Michelle, Lisa, I mean.
I mean, I think I'm trying to wrap my head around the word of lateral just because from when you first presented it, it sounded like it was like a teaching position to a teaching position. And then as we're talking about it more, it sounds like moving from elementary to middle or high school could look different. But then I'm also wondering about trainings for specialty like teaching positions like IB or AP that will require, I mean, I don't know if that would be considered lateral. If you're a high school teacher and you've been training to be an IB teacher and then an IB position comes up, I mean, that could be your dream job, right? So I'm really struggling with that piece in terms of what is defined as lateral. And I think the other piece is if we can, if you can state that you want to hold a position for 30 days for what you would call promotional, then why would we not offer that for lateral? And I do understand, obviously, the pieces of instruction and doing what's best for kids. And I do appreciate you guys saying that and trying to write some language around holding, the classroom safe and students getting what they need and those, again, exceptional student experiences. But it seems like I don't know. And again, I don't want to put anything into it in terms of what your intent was, but it just seems like we're prioritizing certain things when, again, like Rob's situation sounds like, I mean, that's also going to make an educator much happier and easier and, comfortable in terms of just like sometimes commute is huge in what makes our day and our jobs easier. So as we return language, I want us to be really clear on some of this wording because I think right now it's really muddy and it seems like we're not necessarily that we're saying yes to some but not to others. And I think we have to make sure that this language is clear and explicit if we're going to be expecting people to understand what they're trying to apply for or what they're trying to do long term. So again, just trying to understand it better.
Michelle D.A., and then Lisa, and then Michelle M.
One of the things from school leadership position with regards to the language around the July 15th date. Last year we had some similar situations, and I've heard from across the district where, for example, we had, and I think this gets to one scenario that we probably do need to clarify. A teacher from a elementary school, I think 5th grade teacher, accepted a job in like early August at a middle school teaching 6th grade math. Is that dramatically different? I don't think so. They're teaching 5th grade math. So that's a good piece that may need some clarification. But in the end, what happened was the two principals, because they knew each other and were close, they did have the communication because the middle school principal was like, I can't leave my colleague without a 5th grade teacher because that for a classroom at an elementary school, that could be incredibly impactful. So they made an arrangement to work it out so that the middle school dealt with a sub for a long-term sub, essentially several weeks, until they could get that job filled. And so there was that kind of situation where I think we're trying to fix. We're trying to do that so that it's not like 2-3 days before school starts or before teachers report. There was also another situation where we wind up just moving the problem around when we're accepting internal people. And this is specifically true for hard to fill positions. So in hard to fill positions, if you've got somebody that is moving to another school within the district on August 10th or August 12th, and then you're in a scramble to try and fill that hard to fill position, then you've just moved the problem, because the person that was able to hire on August 10th or August 12th is doing a happy dance. But then we've got the same problem as a school district, as a school system. We've got the same problem. A hard to fill job is still not filled in the district. It'd be nice to be able to actually get some new talent into the district. And in fact, that's kind of what I'm dealing with right now, although it's not up to that deadline. But I've come to this conclusion that I'm just going to have to grow my own for this particular job, because there just aren't enough people in our system right now to fill these jobs. So,
Lisa, and then Michelle M., and then Brooke.
I have a question and a comment. All this issue about who can apply when, they're really going to have a collaborative conversation to figure out if the employee can even apply and interview for the job. I mean, unless you just allow everybody to apply, even if it ends up being deemed a lateral transfer that's not allowed, I mean, it's just going to be super complicated. Because if I see my dream job posted, first I have to find out, are they going to let me apply? Or is it one of those positions that they don't? And so, anyway, it's going to be complicated. Then I have a question about 1233. You have when appropriate and aligned to current practice. What does that mean, though?
So that would mean if we're currently engaging in pairing for those positions, that we would then employ that practice. But if that has changed, and for whatever reason, and I can't think of a reason off the top of my head, but if for some reason we're no longer doing the pairing process and there's a different way that those positions are assigned to schools, then the pairing process wouldn't apply.
For example, if we were to pass another mill like 5A that's funded ourselves, and we could all of a sudden with a new mill fund the other half of the cells for all of the cell positions, and we didn't have to pair anymore because everyone had a full-time, that wouldn't be necessary anymore. And so I think that's what Jennifer was trying to capture.
And I would also just like to add, in the language that we are working on around the right for educators to apply for positions, it's proposed language. Like, it's open for counter proposal. We did our best I crafted initial language. I took it to we've had several iterations of this and tried to think of all of the different things, right? And then ultimately landed on this language that we do think provides opportunity, but also serves kids. So it doesn't mean that it's the right language. It doesn't mean that it's the wrong language. It's just what we came up with to try to, honor the language that you put forward, and put some things in place then to have some kind of guardrails and protection. So we welcome and we're open to, counter proposal language that we can consider to try to find, where is that sweet spot, and how do we get to something that is mutually agreeable.
Michelle? Lisa said yours. Brooke, and then Rob?
Yeah, I think
our previous language was really about, we understand that our system is really underfunded, right? Our concern is that we're seeing a lot of our retained, like our teachers, our veteran teachers, or even teachers that we've had a while or we've spent the time training, leaving. And I think this language is really, you just had talked about attracting new people to the pool. But the thing is there's still open positions. So it's affecting kids no matter what way we look at it, whether it's a promotional or it's lateral or whatever. It's affecting kids either way. And our language that we proposed, I just want to make very clear, was about retaining people and remaining competitive amongst the surrounding districts so that we don't lose them to someone else. Because when Rob was working at Alameda, I bet that if a job maybe would have opened in Boulder that was really close to his home, he might have gone there and also taken a pay raise. So if we can offer him a position that's lateral, that's closer to his home, we actually save money because we're retaining a teacher. And so I also want that to be a focus because it's also important because there's still a position open at Stanley Lake that's still affecting kids. While I know I've worked at Alameda and it's a difficult place sometimes to keep people or retain people, but I think if we allow people to move within and make transfers within Jeffco, we can keep them longer. And so it's really about doing what's best for kids too, because you don't want someone in your school that doesn't want to be there. And I worked at Alameda a long time, and there was some people that I knew were probably good teachers, but Alameda was not a good place for them, and they needed to go. And so I wanted them to be happy somewhere else. And they were able to be happy and great teachers somewhere else, but they just weren't good with, our students. And it's a special place, and I just want to acknowledge that. It's not for everybody. So I want you to know that I think we can come to agreement, but we really need to not only focus on attracting people, but retaining the people that we've invested in.
Thank you, Brooke. Rob?
Yeah, I guess I'm still troubled by, what I've already described here. And I guess you're saying propose a counter language. The problem I'm seeing
Please enter the conference ID, followed by the pound or hash key.
It's okay. Brian just had to restart the Teams. Go ahead.
The problem I'm seeing is the counter language I would want to propose is in 15.3, which, at the statement that, we just transferred 15.5 into 12, I then, grudgingly, and that's why I went like this last night, was because I wanted to see 12 before approving 15. And I was assured that, no, we just moved it in there. And I believe Michelle even said, well, if it's not the same, we can just put it in there. And so I guess one question is, are you okay if we just take 15.5, stick it in there, and strike everything else?
I mean, that's what a counter proposal is. We'll have to deal with that if that's what you do. And like I said, it is in 12.110.
If not, I guess, are you okay if we go back and we insert something into 15? Or put it in 12, and then you have to have us tell us, it needs to actually be in 15 and move it there.
15 is only temporary contracts. 12 is hiring, staffing, and displacement. So this statement.
I guess what I'm getting at though is if I'm trying to come up with a situation where if we have a teacher in September leaves because of whatever reason, and a job opening happens. What's happened in current practice is that becomes a 1-year temporary position, and someone fills it and does it for the year, and then you, as a teacher at Alameda, can apply for that position at Ralston Valley or something the next fall. Well, here, you might get some lucky winner who happened to not get a job in the hiring cycle, who then is hanging out in Boulder just whatever, skateboarding or something, and they're like, cool, there's a job opening, I'm going to grab it, and all of a sudden they got a dream job I've been, yearning for years and years and years, but it never opened up. And then when it did open, this, guy in Boulder got it, and it ends up he's an awesome teacher, and it works out great for him. But now I'm at a place I don't want to be, and that gets to Brooke's argument that now I'm unhappy, and not only that, but now I'm bitter because the position that I had been dreaming about is gone. And so, sorry. And some skateboarder got it. Exactly. So I really have troubles with how this went down. And I think it's wrong how this was carried out.
Jennifer, did you want to respond?
I was just going to respond and say that to Amanda's point, this language doesn't have anything to do with temporary positions. And Article 15 is all about temporary positions. We are not going to change our stance to say that position would be offered as a temporary position. The only reason for a temporary position if it's grant funded or it's a backfill. So this language won't, we would just continue.
Always before, if it was after a certain date, it would be a temporary position.
But that no longer exists. That's already been changed.
Well, that's your construct.
Approved. Right.
It was only approved because I was told that this was changed.
But temporary
and you're saying,
Can I offer a thought
I disagree
here?
with your premise.
I'm just wondering if we can open up to, it was a TA, which is a temporary agreement, right? So can we take 15 and 12 back and contemplate some fixes for it and have that discussion? That would be great.
Yes, we are very reasonable people, and it is one line of language, but do take into consideration the rest of the language in the temporary contracts. They don't exist anymore. It used to be, and I've been here a long time, and I know exactly what you guys are thinking. It used to be that after July 15th, you couldn't post anything but a temporary contract. And so non-probationary teachers weren't even eligible to apply to them because they would lose their status. That doesn't exist anymore. They can now do that and not lose their status, but that was a long time ago. We're not doing that practice. Go ahead, Brooke.
Right. So what Rob is trying to say is you're killing his hope of applying for that job next year and going against the skateboarder and beating him out in the interview. So by that
right.
So that's why he wants to reopen it, because I know, as an art teacher, when I was teaching elementary, I loved it. It was great. But eventually I was like, I don't know how much longer I can do this anymore. I need to move to secondary. And so I would watch those high school jobs, right? And sometimes they'd post in the middle of the year and it would be temporary, but I at least had hope the following year that I could apply for that as a non-probationary teacher. Okay?
I understand exactly what you're saying. Stephanie?
Okay. My tired brain just hit. I have a completely different question, so maybe this will veer us off and we can come back with a counter proposal. In 12.4.10 and 12.3.2, it talks about split school assignments, and it says, including but not limited to art, music, PE, and then it lists DTLs, SELs, and SPED, and instrumental music. But SPED, DTLs, SALs are crossed off, and I'm just trying to understand. I can't remember why they wouldn't be there because they are split a lot.
So that was the original request, was to add. They're not in current language.
Oh.
We don't currently have language that includes DTLs, SELs, and learning specialists and SPED. So the counter was to add the language in 12.3.3, I believe. And then that our counter to that was to just add language that says when appropriate and aligned to current practice. Because again, to Amanda's point, we could pass a mill levy, and how those positions are assigned could be different, and it may not require a pairing process. And we just want to be able to have the flexibility to respond to those particular positions in whatever way aligns to current practice. So if we're currently in a practice where we're pairing those positions, then that would apply. If we passed a mill levy and we were able to add the other 0.5 to a cell and they didn't need to be paired because we had full time at every school, for example, then the pairing process wouldn't apply. So we're just trying to get flexibility there to align with whatever we're currently doing.
So, so then the DTL and SPED are crossed out in the hopes that a mill levy is passed, that they too would then be full-time, not just cells?
In which, in the current language about AMP?
Well, yeah, because in my understanding, it's split school assignments.
Right.
So DTLs are in split school assignments. Cells are
Sometimes.
in split school assignments.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Not always, because schools buy up.
Right. But what is given from the district is a split school assignment. Not all SPED, but, mental health definitely is. Speech language definitely is. So those are crossed out because in the hopes that we pass a mill levy, then all those positions could possibly get funded and not need to be repaired. Is that the thought around that?
Well, not necessarily mill levy. It could be a change in SBB. It could be a change in priorities. And maybe we say, there's all kinds of things that could happen. So it's just trying to allow for flexibility for things that may change.
Okay.
Right. And we already have language about AMP. So we're not trying to say, take that language out. We're just trying to add a little bit more flexibility and meet you in the middle for what we know that you're looking for.
Okay.
Stephanie, I see what you're saying though. Because 12.3.2, 12.4.2? No, 12.3.2.
12.3.2
is about displacement. And then 12.4.2,
what, 410?
Thank you. 12.4.10 is about mutual consent. So it's different than the pairing process.
Right.
So I actually understand what you're saying.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking is because even though I know we're trying to make flexibility for if and when a mill is passed and all the great things, those are split level positions. So we want some protection until, or at least that called out.
And what those two articles provide is that if the pairing changes, those people aren't displaced up above and they're not subject to mutual consent down below. So I see what you're saying. Just, I have to reread and think more about it, but I do understand your point.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand,
Anything else? Any other things?
I'm sure I had a great
Probably.
thought about something else, but I was just trying to understand that piece. So, okay.
So a couple of just quick follow-ups to this. First of all, I want everyone to know it was absolutely not our intent to pull the wool over your eyes and make you, coerce you into TAing 15 to the benefit of 12. That was not our intent. Please don't take it that way, and please know that we are open to reconsidering 15, just given the new information that has come to light. Our apologies if that is the way that it has come across to you, or if you feel that way. I mean, specifically, Rob, I feel like all of us were kind of trying to talk Rob into it on both sides of the table, and it was not our intent to misrepresent what we had done. Secondly, I do want to just emphasize that oftentimes the schools that are most impacted by educators who leave last minute are the schools that are highly impacted schools. Title I schools along the Denver corridor, Sheridan corridor, et cetera, which is, challenging and unfortunate, but oftentimes they are the ones who suffer the most, and those are the students who need us more than ever. And the other thing I wanted to say, just an offer of something to consider. Potentially the word hardship, like if you're experiencing a hardship or something like that, could be worked into this language, or whatever makes sense to you. But the word hardship might help. How are we doing? Are we ready?
Maybe for the room. I think we're going to take these back and during caucus time and look at that. If that's okay, if any other questions occur to us, we can ask them. And I don't know whether, sorry. I know that we do have, I believe, our nurses in the room, and it is after 2 o'clock. I'm wondering, can we move them up and do that next? Just, okay. And
I was thinking we could take a break, like a bio break around 3. If do you feel like 30 minutes is enough time? Yeah. I mean, not that that's a constraint. I just wanted to make sure that in case anyone needed to take care of themselves, please do.
Okay. Well, then we will move right along to Article 25. We'll move that up, and I'm turning that over to, our nurses are here. I'd like to invite them to the table, and they can introduce themselves. And then I think, Lisa, are you driving the language on that? Okay.
Test. I'm Monica Wood. I'm one of the district nurses. I currently cover Chatfield.
I'm Stephanie Wilson. I'm a district nurse. I cover Westwoods, Fremont, and Stott Elementaries.
And I'm Stephanie Duncan, and I am also a nurse. And I'm at Stanley Lake High School, site-based.
Okay. Do you want to go to the top, Lisa? Okay. So we accepted language in 25.1 and in 25.5. In 25.6.3 or 25.6.4, we added an anonymous vote and struck if necessary. 25.6.6, we accepted. 25.7.2. So we changed language to suggest a guaranteed 5 days prior to the start of the contract year for us to work on health plans and contact families, and then an additional 5 days at director discretion. So still a total of 10, 5 guaranteed and 5 at director discretion. 25.8.1 for the acuity metric tool, we specified once per semester, and then this information is moved up from 25.8.2. Okay. 25.8.1, at the end part, we added assignments will be determined instead of assigned. School acuity metrics, subject matter expert responsibilities, and then we added in the next sentence additional departmental duties instead of other duties. Everything else we accepted. That's in red. 25.8.2 is consolidated language that we covered in the previous section in 25.8.1. Everything else we accepted. And then in 25.8.5, this is new language that we added. I think it's above that, right there. New language changes to job descriptions will be made in collaboration with the nurse currently in an assignment and the collaboration committee. Job descriptions will be made available to all nurses on the RN website. 25.8.5, we moved up to 25.8.1, which is why we crossed it off here. 25.8.6, we did not accept this language that you guys crossed out. We are awaiting an update from legal, so we don't have any counter proposal for this at this time. Okay.
Okay, 25.9.1. So we did not accept that language. It says nurses who provide on-call coverage. Will receive compensation as outlined in the on-call policy at director discretion. So we don't currently have an on-call policy, and I'm not sure that that should be at director discretion. I think it needs to be spelled out here in the contract. So then we move down to 25.9.2. And we will accept your strikeouts in red below, contingent on the acceptance of the new language that we proposed in 25.9.2. So we just came up with a different coverage model. So nurses who cover for a colleague, including nurses, LPNs, ISPs, who are out for short-term 1 to 5 days, will be paid their hourly per diem for any actual consultative direct care they provide with a 1 hour minimum per day. And I don't know if you want me to go into a little explanation while we're here. So it was just a little bit simpler of a coverage policy. So as we explained in last week, was it last week? That, sometimes we're just getting calls from health rooms occasionally. We're not, covering in person at a colleague's school most of the time. We do most of the time we call them nurse to nurses, so a handoff. So if Stephanie's going to be out, her and I are going to collaborate. She's going to tell me a little bit about her high risk medical students. She's going to tell me about her type 1 diabetics. She's going to tell me about the students in her SSN room. And so we're just going to have, a meeting, so that nurse to nurse, so that we're handing off information from one nurse to the next, that continuity of care, student safety. And so that is why we did put in there for a 1 hour minimum. So even if we don't get a call from a school saying, hey, I need you to, consult with me about this student who just came into the health room, Stephanie and I are still spending some time on those students providing coverage. So, and then anything that we provide that consultative care, whether that's to the health aide or whoever's calling us from the school, that will be paid per diem for the actual amount of time that we've spent. Okay, in 25.9.3, we've struck that language there. I think she's got the notes.
So this language was proposed by the director, and the resource float nurse job is so new. We felt we needed additional clarification with a job description for this position and data to show justification for asking for additional pay beyond covering to assignments.
Okay, we've accepted that language in yellow, and then this is for our long-term coverage. So, not sure that we spelled this out great for you guys last week, but what I'd like everyone here at the bargaining table to do is forget about teacher subpay, forget about 1/6, forget about planning periods, like none of that. Just get it out of your head. And we just need to think about this totally differently. So I'd like everybody to start with kind of a fresh eyes on this. So, covering longer than 5 days will receive the proportional amount of per diem pay based on the assignment they are covering. So, for example, a 3-school assignment is eligible for 1/3 of per diem pay for each school covered in a 40-hour work week. So if Stephanie has 3 schools, I cover 1, the other Stephanie covers 1, and our colleague April covers 1. That's split into thirds. Okay, so and we accepted 2594, 2595. Those are all accepted.
So 2510-1, we accepted 4, which is highlighted. We added in reunification, and we crossed off mentoring charter school nurses as we need more information on what this would entail. We've never mentored charter school nurses. They usually have their own model for health services, oftentimes going through Children's Hospital, but Children's Hospital isn't renewing their contracts with a lot of schools this year. So we just want to understand what our responsibilities are going to be in mentoring charter school nurses. 2510-3, all of that is accepted. 2510-4, everything is accepted there. 2510-5, we wanted to revisit the high school stipend. We've changed the language to site-based nurse stipend, as we do have some nurses who serve at a K-8 school and they are site-based, like for Bear Creek K-8, for example. So I know last week we talked and nobody really understood what we were talking about with our like acuity metrics and our numbers. So I wanted to just give you an example, and then Stephanie's going to talk a little bit about why we feel site-based nurses need a stipend, just to kind of clarify what the numbers mean. So I picked out 4 assignments that we currently have. And so Columbine High School, the assigned number, the acuity number is a 53. Arvada West is a 56. The nurse who has D'Evelyn Junior and Senior and Denison Elementary has a score of 39. The nurse who has Bradford K-8 and Westridge Elementary has a score of 34. So you can tell the difference between the Arvada West nurse assignment and the one who has Bradford and Westridge is 22 points. So I know our director had said they want to strike the high school or site-based nurse stipend because it's not equitable, and they've developed this acuity metric tool to make all assignments equitable, but you can see they really aren't. Arvada West is one of the largest schools in the district, and they only have a 1 FTE nurse. Bradford and Westridge also have a 1 FTE nurse, and the only way to make high school nurses have an equitable assignment is to add additional FTEs. So if they have a 1.5 there, or they get additional support. So there's really not a way to make them even, if that makes sense.
Also, being a site nurse, it's a lot different being than itinerant. You become a part of the community. Your expectation is completely different. Some nurses with the elementaries and the middles, they might be there for some of the day or part of the day, but they're leaving. When I walk into that building, like teachers do in the morning, I'm there from bell to bell. I don't leave the school. I'm not getting lunch. If something goes on as a medical emergency, they're not looking for the health aide to go. They're looking for me to go. So that stops me from doing my work consistently. We also have a higher, we have to do drug intervention stuff. So that's like more work that we're added on top of what the itinerant nurses are doing. So we are giving additional like mental health support. So that is like we're involved with the SRAs with our counselors that we help out with. The SSI, I said that wrong, NSSI. Those are our cutting or other situations. At my school, we're kind of in a weird bubble. We don't really have like a social worker. So I'm the social worker. We don't have a dean, and I've become like a major trusted adult to many students. So I've become the dean. So in student engagement, truancy, like there's so many things with it that I do in that building that I know it just looks different for the itinerant nurses, but I have to do that on top of my duties as the itinerant nurse. And I just feel like it should be, all the work that we do should just be compensated. Thank you.
And our thinking with this is also, it's very hard to get nurses into high schools. Ralston Valley has had 4 nurses in the last 5 years. Arvada West has had 2 nurses in the last 3 years. So it's really hard to place nurses in these positions. And we end up just getting brand new nurses who don't know any different. And that's why they're in those jobs right now. So just to kind of show that they have these different responsibilities. That's kind of why we're asking for that. And the last one is 2512. We accepted the change. Everything else has been accepted. 2513 too, also.
Thank you so much for coming and explaining to us who are not experts. Other people might have questions. I do have a really quick question. When you were describing the scenario with the different points in the acuity system, are all of those that you compared site-based nurses?
Columbine and A West are site-based nurses, and then D'Evelyn and Denison is one assignment, so they're itinerant, and then Bradford K8 and Westridge are itinerant, so that's one assignment.
So forgive my misunderstanding, but I'm not exactly sure what all the points mean, but you wouldn't take the itinerant assignments from Devlin and Denison, knowing that those acuity metrics are being, I assume, entered by per school. You wouldn't take those and add them together, right? Or
so like for Bradford K8 and Westridge, the total between the two schools is 34. So every school has its own number. So the only way to make Bradford K8 and Westridge equivalent to A West out of 56 is to give them another elementary school. But there's no way to take away from a high school nurse's responsibilities because they only have one school, if that helps.
That does help. So you already did add the numbers together.
Yes, I did.
That's very helpful. Okay. Other questions from around the room?
And then just to clarify on that, the schools that had a lower number, sometimes there's not like a third school that pairs up really nicely so that everybody gets an equal assignment. There's just no way to make all schools equal so that they all, if that makes sense.
I just wanted to add a piece about the charter school piece about mentoring a nurse at a charter school. Charter schools are not within our bargaining unit, so I take real concern with this because obviously we're all licensed. Sometimes people in charter schools don't have to be licensed. I don't know what the thing is about nurses there, but I take issue with asking our nurses to go over to a charter school and mentor someone at a charter school when we wouldn't ask our licensed teachers to do that. That is management's responsibility, if, I believe. So.
Thank you for that. Lisa?
So I did something in Article 17 that needs to be fixed in here. So 1710.8 talks about health aid nurse coverage. And yesterday when we introduced it, I said, let's just reference Article 25. And I didn't realize that it wasn't repeated in 25. So that language in 1710.8, nurses who must cover for absent health aides or vacancies will be paid the substitute teacher rate in the same manner as paying building educators for substitute coverage. We need to put in here, and that was, my fault. So it needs to just get added under 25.9.2. There's 25.9.3, so it would be a new 25.9.4. And I can type it in here right now, but that is totally my bad.
No worries.
Because I thought it was already in here.
Thanks, Lisa. And then since we're on that, our coverage proposal for covering health aides, I think we mentioned it at our initial proposal, but we only get paid for 5 hours of health room coverage, but we're covering bell to bell, which is 7 or 7.5 hours. So we're still asking for the same hourly rate of the $32 per hour, but just that we are able to be paid for our full working time of 7 hours instead of 5, since the maximum is $160 per day because we don't get a planning period like teachers.
Thank you for that clarification as well. Any other questions in the room?
And then I do quickly want to touch base on 25.8.6. It was that whole language that was struck out per legal. So we're still waiting for a little bit of information on that one from our side, but I do, just looking at it and reading it, I'm not sure how that is infringing on management's rights. We're just asking that when something new that nobody expected comes to the school and ends up on our plate, that we are following the spirits of the negotiated agreement, whether or not that that specific instance is, mentioned in here. We've had private duty nurses who can no longer come into the school. Our nurses are having to cover these private duty nurses. And our nurses haven't gotten paid for any of that. And I know that we're working on getting some sub-coverage pay in the works, but our nurses are waiting to hear that has been, that they're going to be paid for those hours. And it's frustrating that hasn't been done yet. It's been months. So
thank you, Monica. All right. Thank you so much. We will most certainly take back Article 25. We appreciate you joining us at the table. All right. If no one is opposed to it, I was thinking we could take about an 8-minute break and come right back right at 3 o'clock. Does that sound okay? All right. We will be back in about 8 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for allowing us a break. We are going to continue moving along throughout our agenda. Just so everyone is aware of the rest of the timing before dinner, we do have a taco bar coming at 5 p.m. From the district. Actually, now that I think about that, we might need to, between now and 5, work on moving the cookies maybe back. Hey, we might be eating cookies in between time. We might need to move those back to the table behind so they can set up the servers. And so let's see, we are going to move on to Article 5, JCEA Foxtrot version. And so I will turn it over to whoever is presenting. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to get back in also.
All right. So I'm going to go through this as quick as I can, going through all the yellows have been accepted. 5312 about the length of the student day. We understand your commitment to parents of not changing the start times too quickly. I want you to understand how difficult it is for the middle schools to have a 7-hour and 15-minute day to get any adult work done. With only 45 minutes in the day without children, they can't do what high schools do, which is just have a late start when they, want to. And that also ends up being like 6 extra days of instruction. So what we would like to propose then is that we have a committee that starts the very beginning of the year. District Jcea will create a committee with representatives from the middle schools and any elementary schools, and I'm not sure there might be 1 or 2, that exceed 7 hours in their student contact day to find an equitable solution during the 24-25 school year. So we want a solution for this coming year. The committee will begin meeting no later than September 15th. We'll come up with a remedy for the 24-25 year by October 15th and a long-term solution by December 15th. And I can give you the list of the names of the schools, but you probably know which ones they are. Okay, and then we've got acceptance. Did have a question here, though. We did not accept this NSPED educators, Anthea, on 5322. Should we have accepted that, or are we not accepting that until we finish SPED? Okay, we're waiting on the SPED article. That's why we haven't accepted that yet. Then this stuff's been accepted. Okay, now I want to talk about TOSA days. We put back in the district will provide JCEA a list of TOSA positions, and here's the issue here. All salaries and stipends and extra pay should be bargained. If there are TOSA positions that have an extended year past the 185-day teacher year, we're not opposed to that at all, but we want to know that that's occurring and what it is, because it's not okay with us for individual educators to just negotiate their own, number of days with their manager. So we do want to know which positions those are and how many days those contracts are for. And then we also go down here, in certain cases with mutual agreement of the authorized administrator. This is current language, but what I hear from TOSAs is for those days that they're trading off an extra day in the summer for a day off during the school year, it's not individualized. Like if Jennifer and I'm a math TOSA and she's an English TOSA, it's the same days that we have to take off, which may not work for me because maybe that day I needed to be at a school working with them on something math, but Jennifer could take it off. So we do not want a one size fits all, here's the days that you take off. And so we said an individualized alternative schedule, which works for that individual TOSA. I also am not convinced that it's a good practice for all the TOSAs to be off the same day, but that's another story. And then we have acceptance. We accepted this department supervisor's things. We accepted the, let's see, I think this is where the 22 and a half hours for the TOSA piece. We did accept your 14 days. However, we did counter down here for that 60% of each one of those days would be for individual time. And that's really to bring it in line with what the 4 days have been like that we are now getting rid of, because we do not want elementary teachers to have 1 minute less time for individual planning because they still don't have enough. So that's our counter there. This has been accepted. 536, we accepted the 225 minutes, but we also are trying to get a minimum of 40-minute blocks, and 30 minutes on a day with a modified schedule. We understand there's situations like that. We accepted the language about sped educators getting 300 minutes, and we also accepted what that time is for: student observation, assessment, and evaluation writing. This has all been accepted. Okay, 5311. What? 534. Oh, sorry. I was all excited. The 60%? No, I did mention that. Okay. Okay. Back to 5.3. Oh, license right above here. This is about the problem with guest teacher coverage, which the problem that keeps on giving. A manner equitably distributed among all licensed educators is the only addition that we made there. All right, 5.311. I really, really wanted this, Amanda, to be my retirement present from you. And I have to say that in my old school district, my superintendent substitute taught 1 day a month. And I really admired her for that, and she learned a lot. And teachers learned that you better have really good sub plans because you never knew when it was going to be the superintendent showing up to be your sub. And I also just wanted to mention that you said something last night about, I can't really do this. I can't write things in this contract to make administrators do things. With all due respect, that's what this whole contract is telling administrators what they have to do. I mean, that's the whole concept of a union negotiated agreement, is that we are participating in management with you. So having said that, we put this back in, but we changed the language to say they are encouraged to guest teach regularly throughout the school year. And I just can't say enough about, I know how many people in this building got out there into schools during COVID, and how much it was helpful and appreciated. And I also heard stories about things that happened to them that made them go, wow, this shouldn't be happening. I remember one particular story who's about an administrator who was really treated very rudely at the school as because they thought I was just a normal guest teacher. And so I just, again, want to emphasize how much we would like to see this happen, but this does not require it, but it does state that it would be a really nice thing, and they are encouraged to do so. And that is the end of Article 5.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions? Michelle D. And then Beth.
This is just a clarifying question as I'm looking at 5311. Let's see, the one we were just at. It says all administrators and licensed administrators. I'm confused. Okay, I just was curious. I'm like, are there unlicensed administrators?
I think what Lisa would need to put in there would be all licensed administrators. If they're not licensed, they can't be in
They
a
can't be
classroom.
right. Thank you.
Um,
Well, some are. There are some without teacher license. Thank you.
Michelle. Beth?
Okay, going up to 5323. I'm just trying to picture what this looks like. So any additional days worked over the required contract days are optional. So if it's 185 and let's say there's some extra summer work opportunities, we could say to all the TOSAs on our team, we would like some people to come back to help with these projects. You'll be paid. Who's interested in doing it? The district will provide Jcea a list of these TOSA positions. Do you want the TOSA positions or the names?
We would like the list of TOSA positions that have extra days built into their contract, like the expectation, not that you might work some extra days, but the expectation is that you work 190 days or 191 days or whatever it is. I know some of the positions are like that,
like coordinator positions that have 195 extra days.
Right. And then the coordinators with 195 sometimes work even more beyond that, which is that's the language that they can talk to their supervisor about and figure out and either get paid or get the trade days. And if all of your TOSAs are only 185 days, then they wouldn't be on the list. But it wasn't clear to us, and we feel that we need to know that because that's part of our deal of negotiating salary.
Do you want the names of the TOSA coordinators, or you just want to say TOSA?
We want the positions that are expected to work more. Their contract year is not 185; it's more.
Okay.
And what that is, if someone individually agrees it's not required to work extra days, and you pay them or you give them trade days, we don't need to know that.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Steve or Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding from working with Laura is that there are no positions, there are no contract years for licensed educators besides 185, 191, and 195. Okay, I just want to make sure. And so
that's all I know of.
Me too.
All I know of. That's admin.
Yeah, and there's a 185 dean. I mean,
there used to be 185 APs. I don't know if they're still existing.
There might be one left, but we're actually changing
Moving
that
those
position.
out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we really want to be flexible here, and we understand that, but we want them to. Well, we especially want them if they come in the summer and work for an extra day off in the school year. I'll make sure they get it.
Any other questions in Article 5?
Hey, Beth, just to reiterate too, it's not about like micromanaging at all. It's just to make sure that people have fair opportunities here. Right? Just as we would make sure that people have a fair opportunity for extra compensation that we negotiate here at the table. It's just to make sure that some groups aren't favored over others. Does that make sense? Okay.
All right. If there are no other questions, we will go ahead and move along to Article 13. This is the District Charlie version. And again, Article 13 is our leaves article and position holds.
Okay, so in 13.1, we're accepting the language interruption of employment services. We are striking the language about any educator who works a minimum of 90 days in a school year will receive the full allotment of leave days, because leave days do have to be earned across all employee groups based on the time that you work. We'll talk a little bit about that later. Accepting adding FMLA, the acronym, in 13.2. In 13.3, there was a request to change leave from paid sick leave and personal leave to general leave, and we are not in a position at this time to accept that language, so we are returning original language, which anything in black is current language, and then we've added some additional language in red that says the provisions in this article, the district and the association intend for the provisions in this article to provide educators with equivalent or more generous paid sick leave than required by state and federal law, and striking the language about expressly waiving the requirements of the Healthy Family and Workplace Act. We don't think that that's necessary because we have language in an article and we have leave policies. So educators will continue to earn a total of 9 paid sick days per contract year that's prorated based on their FTE. It's just a change in the language from proportionate to the educator's schedule of full-time equivalency. That seems... Uh-oh. Shall I continue or shall I wait? I will defer. I'll hold for a moment. And I'll talk over. That is correct.
Please enter the conference ID, followed by the pound or hash.
I could. Maybe I could get a Visa V pin and I could highlight the key points.
Please hold while I try
Make
to
a
connect
mimeograph. I'm old enough that I've done that, so I'm just saying. Okay, so again, prorated based on their FTE just seems a little bit easier to understand than proportionate to the educator's schedule of full-time equivalency. Educators may carry over accrued but unused sick leave from year to year without limit. If an educator changes positions during the school year, takes a leave of absence, or is absent for more than half a pay period, their sick leave accruals will be adjusted accordingly. And then we've struck the language that says after the accrual is allocated for the then current contract year and therefore begins to accrue leave in a different amount, adjustments to an educator's accrued leave will be made accordingly. Again, just seems confusing. This seems to clear that up a little bit more. No changes to how they may use sick leave. We had originally, in our original proposal, just taken out the absence management guidelines and procedures because that doesn't exist. In 13.3.6, just changed the language in there to say a return to work certification versus a proof of fitness for duty in terms of that language. In 13.3.7, for sick leave care taken for an ill or family member, educators must contact their manager, and employee leaves for approval in accordance with the district established leave policies, again striking the absence management guidelines and procedures. And then that's the end of 13.3. And so I just want to say, because I know there will be a lot of questions about striking the general leave, we are not in a position to be able to just shift from our current policy to saying now everybody just gets kind of a pot, sort of like PTO. There's an issue with fairness and consistency because then that would create different access to leave across employee groups. So that would then have different access for our folks, our education support professionals, and different access for admin who currently are allocated sick leave, personal leave, and those who are eligible vacation leave. There's also a financial implication because then that transfers to paid time off, which we're required to then pay out upon an employee terminating or resigning or retiring from the district. And that is a huge financial impact that we would have to then be prepared for and budget for. And then just again, there are system issues in terms of the capacity. Changing something like that is a massive undertaking and takes more than just a few months to build or create. And then thinking about, and we talked about this a little bit when it was proposed, thinking about current leave and the accrued leave that people have now, and then sort of how that would transition into general leave is just, it's not really something that our current system and people can undertake just in a short amount of time. And if we were going to ever consider changing leave, we would look at that across all employee groups and not just one employee group. So that's what I have to share about the reason why we are unable to do that at this time. In 1314, we just did some cleanup of the language around public health emergency leave, because when that language was added, it was really specific to COVID. And so we are striking all of the specifics of that, because if another public health emergency happened that's not COVID, the rules could be different. And the expectations of the Healthy Family and Workplace Act or the state or federally could be very different than what happened during COVID. So in 1341, it would say, in addition to paid sick leave set forth in this article, on the date that a public health emergency is declared in the state of Colorado, the district will comply with directives and policies outlined in the declaration, and it would be wherever it comes from. Under 13.5, in terms of disability benefits, we are not in a place to accept all of the language related to family because we don't subscribe to family. We've opted out of family. And so our counter is returning to the original language. In 13.5.1 adding, because we know that there's been some requests and some need for accessible resources. So the district will ensure there are accessible resources available regarding short-term disability benefits. If you are interested, we can go over it in the agenda, or I've linked in the agenda the links to two different web pages. So I've included the link to the leaves web page and to the link to the benefits web page. The leaves web page, obviously in particular, is relevant to this article, so that you can actually see that there are a ton of resources available for people, and there's even information specific to family to help educators all employees actually understand family and how to contact family. We've even proposed, we've even put out there some different scenarios related to family. So there actually are a ton of resources available on those two web pages that can support folks with getting information that they need, as well as contact information for both of those departments. You know that there was a request in terms of support, talking about a flow chart or information shared on the district website, which is what I've shared when an employee applies for leave at new educator induction, which does happen. Our benefits people are there and available throughout the duration of educator induction and during benefits and leaves open enrollment period. We always have an option of an in-person benefits counseling. A person just needs to call or email and make an appointment, and folks are there and available to provide in-service conversations or in-person conversations if that's desired. And then assigned personnel will respond to requests and/or applications within 7 calendar days. I'm not saying that has never been overlooked, but our expectation is that we are in some form or fashion responding to emails or phone calls within 24 hours, even if it's just to say, Deanne, I got your email and it requires me to do a little bit more research, and I'll be back in touch with you as soon as possible. So we believe that as a general rule of thumb, all of these things are available and are happening. Let's see. In 13.5.2, we've added the educator's accrued sick leave will be used to supplement the approved benefit provided when short-term disability benefits are in effect through the district short-term disability plan, not to exceed base pay. Once all available leave accruals have been exhausted, enrolled employees may apply and utilize days from the sick leave bank in accordance with Appendix D, which we're also going to talk about in a bit. So in 13.5.3, just changed that back to sick leave versus general leave, and they must submit a written request to their manager and employee leaves in order to use their sick leave in lieu of payments that are made through the standard disability carrier, and we've already agreed to the sick leave bank is not available to be used in this case. So you'll see down below that the original language is above and the proposed language is down below that you would propose related to disability benefits. So personal leave, obviously, with the strike of general leave and going back to sick and personal leave is returned to original language with the addition in 13.6.1 to say personal leave will not be permitted on work days preceding or following holidays, major breaks, more than 2 contact days in a row, or professional learning days unless approved in advance by the building or department administrator. Association leave, we've already agreed to most of that, changed substitute to guest teacher to align with the rest of our agreement where we're trying to catch all of those things. And then just striking the grievance meetings will receive association leave. We believe that grievance meetings are district business, not association business necessarily, and that that those things happen outside of the school day and don't require leave and or a guest teacher. In 13.8, we made a request for some return to what I understand used to be available bereavement leave, and that was struck or out of the contract, and now we're saying that we are amenable to putting some language back in specific to some paid bereavement days. So educators may request up to 4 days of leave for the death of an immediate family member. You had suggested some language around immediate family, so we have accepted that. The definition of immediate family includes, and we've accepted the language that you've proposed. In cases in which additional time for travel or other extenuating circumstances indicate a need for additional leave, the supervisor shall approve 2 additional days of leave. A report of bereavement shall be made to the immediate supervisor as soon as practicable. And so the first 2 days shall be considered bereavement leave with full pay, so nothing coming out of anyone's accruals. And then any additional days shall be charged against accrued sick or personal leave, whichever the educator elects. If an educator does not have leave balances available, the days may be taken unpaid, and such days do not need to be taken in consecutive order. This language aligns with what is currently in the contract, in the JESPA contract, and what we have in place for Jcea. So this aligns us across all employee groups and makes that leave practice equal for all. In 13.9.3 under court leave, we've just changed that back to they may be charged to personal leave versus general leave. We've already agreed to the movement of military leave and some of the language in there, other than moving in 13.10.5, changing that language from general leave back to sick and personal leave allowances. In 13.11, the request for maternity leave for a mother giving birth must be presented to the Human Resources Leaves Department. We're just trying to make that more general versus specific person in leaves. In the next paragraph, unpaid childcare leave may also be requested but may not exceed the remainder of the school year. In 13.11.2, at the bottom part of that, we're just saying upon request, Human Resources will provide an estimate of wages that will be deducted during an STD leave and impact an educator's summer pay. So we've accepted your language, but just added upon request. So it wouldn't be that we would automatically be generating those, but if a person requested it, then we would be able to provide that for them. In 13.11.4, additional unpaid leave for childcare following approved maternity and parental leave may be available as unpaid miscellaneous leave, which we will talk about in just a moment, as outlined in this article. In 13.12, we are accepting the shift from parental leave being 2 weeks to 6 consecutive weeks that you're proposing, and saying I had to shift back again from general leave to a combination of sick and personal leave to receive up to 6 consecutive weeks of pay, provided that they have sufficient leave balances. A request for parental leave will be made to the principal or immediate supervisor and to the Human Resources Leaves Department no later than 30 days prior to the anticipated leave date. We struck the language about being able to use the sick bank for a parental leave of absence, because again, we're going to talk about Appendix D, but that doesn't qualify under the parameters currently set forth for the use of the sick leave bank. And the additional language below about extend their time off in reference to family, striking for the reasons that I stated previously. We already have things in place for people to be able to take their disability benefit, to be able to take up to the 12 weeks of FMLA for protected leave, to be able to take the rest of the current year that they're in as unpaid leave, and now the additional 6 weeks that we are agreeing to for parental leave. 13.3, we are proposing changing language from break in employment to unpaid miscellaneous leave, and we are proposing language that would allow for educators to take, they may apply for 1 semester or 1 academic year of unpaid miscellaneous for an unpaid miscellaneous leave of absence, provided that the purpose of the break does not include another paid K-12 teaching position within the United States. Requests must be made in writing to the Human Resources Leaves Department by February 15th of the school year prior to the miscellaneous leave request and include administrator approval. That is not new. That is currently in practice. Requests for a miscellaneous leave of absence after this date or outside of the timeline outlined in this article will be considered on a case-by-case basis, and district approval of the request is required. 13.3.1, a reasonable basis for miscellaneous leave not covered by other leave of absence provisions must be provided during the time of application. Reasons for miscellaneous leave of absence may include the following: childcare leave, the travel, study, or research purposes, service in the Peace Corps, AmeriCorps, VISTA, etc., teaching abroad, and service as a public or elected official, which is something that you had requested, and now we have made that possible, and also allowed for the semester piece, which I think was what we were looking for in terms of being able to meet that need for folks. And also why we have the language that says miscellaneous leave of absence after this date or outside of the timeline outlined in this article will be considered on a case-by-case basis, because those would be outside of the normal timeline. 13.3.2 is current language, which is that if approved, the educator's employment with the district will be terminated effective at the end of the contract year in which the request is made. The educator returns to the district after, I need to change that to miscellaneous leave. I missed that one. The educator will be rehired into the same position they occupied at the time of the miscellaneous leave and the same level of pay, benefits, and contract status. Amanda, if you wouldn't mind just putting that in there, miscellaneous leave, that would be great. And then in 13.13.3, the educator will remain as part of their school staff while on leave. The vacated position will be posted and filled as a temporary position for 1 year / semester only. Under no circumstances will the educator's position be held for more than 1 year, which is current practice. In 13.4, benefits, educators on an approved leave of absence, which is paid in full or in part by the district. It directly is just sort of a word that doesn't need to be there because it's going to be paid by the district. Will continue their enrollment in the benefits program. And then striking the language about will not have their general leave allotment reduced because they are on FMLA or any other excluded leave of absence. And that's because all other employee groups, including our education support professionals and administrators, if you're on a leave or if you miss more than half of a pay period, we don't earn the folks in those groups don't earn their leave during that time. And so we want that to be fair and consistent across all employee groups. We are not in a position at this time to be able to return to offering benefits for 0.6. So we are striking that and keeping it at 0.75. That is a financial impact that we would need to look at, and as well as an impact across other employee groups that we would also have to look at collectively to make that fair and consistent across all groups. Position hold. Grant funded positions were, because those would fall under a temporary position. We're not holding those positions. We're not in a place to hold those. Those are 1 year only. And if a person wishes to take that, then they may do so now as a probationary or non-probationary educator, with the understanding that if that position then isn't offered as ongoing for which they can compete and apply, that then they would be a part of the displacement process. Miscellaneous leave has been added versus the break in employment service language. And then 13.15, which was proposed language from Jcea about public office, has been captured in Article 13.13 under the new miscellaneous leave language. The reimbursement of unused and personal leave, we've already agreed to just changing and adding the language about the employee handbook. And military leave has already been approved to be moved to 13.10. 13.16, the religious holiday leave, we're not in a position to grant that either. There's a financial impact that comes with that. There's quite a big piece of who's going to manage that and what constitutes the observance of a commonly observed religious holiday versus not. And then we're putting people in the position of having to approve or deny those. And we don't offer that to our other employee groups. And so we don't think that is also an equal opportunity for people to have that leave. And then 13.17, we're fine with having the language about the sick leave bank, and the district will maintain a sick leave bank as described in Appendix D. Since I think that Appendix D goes with this really well, I would propose just quickly having the conversation about Appendix D, or we can pause and I can take questions, whichever y'all prefer. D? Okay. So let me get that moved really quickly. And then maybe I will get it moved. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me get it linked. Okay, so getting that linked now. All right, here we go. Up or not? Did I do the wrong one? No, I did not. Okay, just clicked on the wrong one. Okay, so Appendix D, We are saying that we need to return to our original language. When the sick leave bank was created, it was created when COVID was in play, and it was created, to my understanding, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, that maybe I misunderstood. I've had many, many conversations, and I'm trying to learn all of this. Anyway, when the sick leave bank was created, whenever that happened, it was created to be a benefit to all employees, not just for Jcea employees. So it impacts all of our education support professionals, our licensed educators, and our administrators. And so we're not in a place to say that we can make all of these changes to serve educators that doesn't then serve other employee groups. That's, if we want to have that conversation, we can certainly do that, but not at this time in this conversation about the Jcea collective bargaining agreement. We obviously agree to updating, and I tried to capture it in all of the places, changing it from employees to educators in all of those spots. But in terms of changing any of the other language around what constitutes sick leave bank and who is covered for an educator in terms of who they're caring for under sick leave bank, it needs to stay with the original language from the district perspective for the reasons that I've named. That was a lot.
All right. It looks like Brooke and then Rob. Oh, I'm sorry. Michelle and then Brooke and then Rob and then Kendra.
And then I'm just going to say really quickly, I'm going to do my very best to answer, but this is not my area of expertise. However, Amanda, Bobby should be on Teams, and I did let her know that if there's something I can't answer, that you might chat her with the question, and we will do our best to try to answer it today. And if I can't, we will get the answer and we will get it back to you as soon as we can.
Thank you. I don't have I want to talk about the article as a whole. And I guess my concern with this is that at this bargaining table, what we're trying to do is solve for problems. And one of the problems that we have is that, and I know somebody had said this at the table at one time, is benefits used to be a perk of, an educator's role. And we've seen those benefit perks decrease to the point where our benefits are almost unaffordable. And in Jeffco, here, we are also not competitive with salary. In fact, even with the current offer on the table, we're still, last out of 6 districts with our comp proposal. So what we were trying to solve for here was, what can we do for our employees that's maybe not just compensation, but something that offers them a benefit, and also is a benefit that is offered by districts with whom we are competitive. So this is something that's already being done. And so I'm just struggling to understand how other districts can figure this out and do this and offer this benefit. And Jeffco seems so resistant to doing this, especially when this is something. One of the problems we were also trying to solve for is, what can we do for our beginning educators? What's a benefit that we can give to them to whereas maybe the salary isn't the same, but hey, at the end of the year with these sub days, you get a reimbursal the same way that other districts do. So what I'm hearing throughout this article is, two things that concern me is that we're not able to do that. We're not open to doing this at this time, or we're not able to do this at this time. So there is a time when we'll be able to do that. Is that is that what I'm hearing?
I can't answer that. What I'm saying is, are you talking specifically about general leave? I just want to make sure that
general leave with the payout in the summer. There was a number of items in here that I've heard we're not able to do this at this time. Well, then when would be the time? Because what I'm feeling here is the same vibe I was getting from the benefits, right? Is that we say, hey, we can't do this at this time. We need to talk about that later. And then when we say, okay, we're ready to talk about it. Oh, it's too late. We can't do that. When? Then when?
Well, the piece about general leave and specifically that I will speak to, and again, I'm not the expert and I'm not purporting to be, but our leave however leave happens, it needs to be consistent across all employee groups. So changing it for one employee group in one moment of time does not create fair access. So I guess what I would say is that's a bigger question to talk about, perhaps outside of bargaining, to say we have an interest, perhaps in cooperation, right, with folks from JESPA and Jcea, to say we would like to have a bigger conversation to talk about leave in general, and the idea of moving from leave that is bucketed as sick leave and personal leave and perhaps vacation leave, or maybe it's just the sick and personal piece, and talk about having a general bucket of paid time off or general leave or whatever we end up calling it. I'm just, in this moment, in this session of bargaining, we aren't able to do that because that then creates inequities amongst other employees.
And I hear that, but what we're bargaining for is language in our contract. And if you want to offer it to other groups, of course, we think that's great. And if other groups want to take advantage of that, we're happy to lead the way and have all of us on the same boat. But saying we haven't offered it to them, so you can't even, we're not offering it to you either. Okay, can we solve for that problem then? You know, and if we're bargaining in our contract, there's plenty of things that are in our contract that aren't in JESPA's, and, you know, the Jcea doesn't even have a contract. What we're bargaining for is in our contract.
Right. I understand that. I'm just speaking for what, like the conversations that we've had collectively, to say that we don't believe that that creates equity amongst the other groups. And I hear what you're saying, but it also creates a lot of systemness and system work, and thinking about what that would mean for current accruals, that we just aren't in a place to be able to address at this moment. We think that if we were potentially going to do that, we would need to do that as a whole system. Having different ways that leave is accrued for different groups is really complex and really challenging. And I hear what you're saying, that you're here to bargain for your members, but we have to think about all the people in the organization.
Great. Let's look at these districts that have figured it out. Like, some of them have been doing this since the late 90s, you know, so then some more recently than that. There's a blueprint out there. So I'm saying, okay, then let's figure it out and let's solve for this problem if that's on the table. Okay, if it's not now, then when? If it's not this way, then how? What I want to know is, how do we move forward?
And I'm happy to take that back and ask that question. I'm not the person that can answer that.
I would love,
but happy to be the voice to say, here's the question that came forward. How might we engage to answer that question?
This is something that we could do, that we can offer our employees, that I think makes them feel valued and seen, and also the price tag isn't so high on that it's not achievable. And so I want to find a way that we can do that, particularly when our competitive districts have done that. So that is my main point. I have other questions here. However, I'm going to turn it over to my teammates, and if my question hasn't been answered, I'll come back.
We would also welcome knowing which other districts are doing what you're proposing. Absolutely. So that, right, that's potentially a space to research and start asking questions. So that would be helpful as well.
I can send you the contract language.
Perfect.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Brooke?
Okay. If sick leave is considered a benefit, or leaves in general is considered a benefit, correct? We have to negotiate benefits at this table. We have a benefits advisory committee that makes recommendations about benefits. This is where and when we make these changes. So when our contract is up, this is when we make these changes. I cannot accept that we can't have different leaves for different employee groups, because right now I'm looking at our superintendent's 5-year contract. She has vacation leave. She has professional membership activities, health, dental, vision, and life insurance, a tax annuity, sick leave. There's sick leave in here. Full-time administrative employees for the district. I mean, there's personal leave. I'm also hearing that we can't dictate how people use sick leave, but now we can't call it general leave. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I know I'm supposed to be asking questions, but I need someone to help me understand that. I also would like you to tell me more about when the district opted out of family leave and what that looked like, because we weren't a part of that process. And one of our own school board members is sending out an email saying that we were a part of that process and we were not. I really thought that JESPA had PTO. I feel like we're saying that we can't have differences, but we do have differences. And each employee and group requires different things. And that's what we do at this table. We're negotiating for our employee group. Sometimes it's frustrating because we're here fighting at this table for everything we get. And sometimes it's just given to other employee groups and they don't have to negotiate it. It's just given to them. Every year we have to come and beg and fight. And I'm not saying those other employee groups don't deserve it. That's not at all what I'm saying. But we're here to have these discussions today. Today is the time because our whole contract is up. So I can't accept to say, oh, well, we can't do this now. No, this is the time. The contract is up. This is when we negotiate not only compensation, but our entire contract, and that includes benefits. That is not something that can be made in a room behind closed doors. It has to be discussed at this table. It's a benefit, just like compensation. It has to be discussed here in public and negotiated for our employee group. If you make decisions to do it for another employee group, great. But today we're here discussing about our people. So 371, I would like to know why grievances was crossed out again.
We believe that that is more district business and that we are doing everything possible not to schedule. We've made that commitment not to schedule grievances during the duty day.
So this year we filed a level 2 and I think even a level 1, and the principal was very upset about it and took it out on this teacher and would not allow them to have leave for that day for a grievance. I don't think that that's okay because they're grieving their administrator. They can't get permission from someone that they're pissing off. So I have concerns about that. I literally had to give that person association leave. They did not have sick leave because that's what they were grieving. So it's ridiculous. So I need us to come to an agreement on something around that to protect the people that are bringing up issues within their building or issues in general to the district level so that, things can be done about it and we can problem solve it. Grievances are not really district level in the beginning because at the beginning, the first step is a problem solving conversation with the administrator. But when that problem solving conversation doesn't go well, we move it up. And that sometimes makes people angry, and then they won't give them the time. So we need something to protect people that are calling out people in management for things that are not okay so we can solve them.
The way Brooke, just real quick, the way I'm reading this is that not that we will deny leave, but that the district will pay for the leave. We're not asking that the association pay for this leave. So if it's scheduled during the workday, the district would pay for
I must
it. Is
have
that accurate,
misunderstood that.
Jennifer and Steve?
Go ahead.
That's the way I read it, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just saw grievances crossed out, and then I was like panicking because that's exactly what happened here, and that's why we included language like around grievances. So I misread it because I was panicking probably about the rest of the article. Yeah, we want the district to pay for this.
Normally, it's a very short meeting on site, but if it's a level 2, it could be a half a day here at the district office. So
With a neutral administrator. Yeah.
but it's a mutual process.
Okay, so I did read that correctly. I think it's important that we protect the people that are bringing issues because it's already scary enough to do it. And this prevents them from doing it, especially if they're grieving something around sick and personal leave, they don't have it. And then this person required them to, said they had to take their own personal leave to come to a district meeting on a level 2. So anyway, that's my issue with that. So does JESPA have PTO, or am I on a misunderstanding around that?
They have sick leave and personal leave.
Okay. And bereavement.
And bereavement, which is where the language that we're mirroring in your request for bereavement leave came from the JESPA contract.
To the district's point of wanting to be equitable, this agreement did not have those 2 days of bereavement. That's why we're proposing that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I agree with being equitable, but I think it's important for us to be able to negotiate what our leaves are and what they look like. And we can't be told, well, we can't do this now because it's not okay for the other employee groups. And I really appreciate you giving us bereavement leave and mirroring it off of JESPA's. But do you see where the rub might be? Like, you negotiated it with JESPA, and we're trying to negotiate things here, but we're being told we can't do that. So I guess that's my concern. So my last request is when we come back on May 4th, if we could have the person in the room that not only is the expert and can answer the questions, but also is a decision maker about these things, because this is a big article and there's a lot of things that are really important to our membership here. So I guess I'm done.
Rob?
So I have a few things to address here, and I kind of mirror my colleagues that there seems to be a lot of don't want to try to solve problems coming out of the response here. One issue relates to this miscellaneous leave, and I guess a problem that we've seen and been told of repeatedly relates to Family Act. And first off, we've heard many people say that when they've attempted to contact the district leaves office or people here in this building regarding family, it's quite frankly been a mess, and they haven't gotten the help that they need. We had put language into the bill whatever this is called, an article, to try to solve that, and that got crossed out, which seems a little odd to me because it wasn't really a cost item. It was just saying you'll have a point person here that will take the lead, and when there are questions, then those point person or point people will be able to respond. So I'm a little wondering why you crossed out language that essentially is saying that you're going to be knowledgeable and be able to help people, and just saying, oh yeah, we'll just do it. It's part of our job. We'll do it. If it's part of your job and you'll do it, why can't it just be a statement in the contract?
Please.
The district opted out of family.
But individuals, according to family, can apply at 0.45% of their salary as a public employee. With the district is opted out. If they pay give notice and pay 1 quarter, they can put in 0.45% of their salary for 3 years and get the benefits of that act. Okay, and
who's administering that act?
And that's the state,
right? So help the employee with that.
But shouldn't the district have a point person that can, because not only will they have to talk to the state, but they will have to get leaves through the district. So there needs to be an interface there established, and that's what we were trying to establish in our language that you crossed out.
But taking a leave would go through the leaves office. applying the family benefit that you get is through the state. You're going to be communicating with the state to get that benefit.
We're not the experts on family, and those two things are separate and can run simultaneously. So you can apply for a leave with the district and apply, if you, to your point, right, you opt in and you pay and you sign up for the 3 years. But family is
So can't we just have a person at the district who explained?
Well, it's even more than that. We have got to have some coordination of benefits between the district system and the state family system, because the district's sending out emails to people basically telling them you could lose your job if you do blah, blah, blah. They're not being upfront and trying to help people use this publicly provided benefit to them. And I can't find it right now, but I have a copy of an email that was sent to someone. We have got to get coordination between people who choose to pay for family leave through the state and the district leave system. There is no coordination right now, and I would say it's worse than no coordination. It's actually giving people some unhelpful or erroneous advice.
And I'd be happy to walk through that email with you, Lisa, and go through that example, or Rob, or whoever would like to walk through that with me and give me that example so that I can see exactly what was communicated and where we feel as a whole that the ball was dropped. Because I'm not saying that the district doesn't want to help these people get through this piece. It's just it's not our benefit to manage. It's the state's benefit to manage. But it doesn't mean that we don't want to help them as they go on a leave of absence, because if they're taking leave and they have this benefit, then they have the right to access it. But I believe that's through the state, not
So
let me read something to you from your website. The job of an employee who voluntarily opts in to family after their local government opts out, and then in bold letters, would not be protected under the family program. Their job would not be protected since the employer has opted out. Now, I understand there's going to have to be, well, like I said, coordination, but basically if I were reading this as an employee, I would think, well, I can't even use family. But that's not true. They can. And they should be able to work with the district to coordinate it with their other leave programs. But everything that I read is like, you can't do this and be careful, your job may not be protected. That's not very helpful.
I don't disagree with you. Let's meet outside and talk about it.
All right.
Okay, and on that same line then, with miscellaneous leave, can family apply, if the educator who, is the scenario I gave where they pay the 0.45% of their salary, would the miscellaneous leave then apply? So if you are in the family program as an individual, does the miscellaneous leave category fit that? And then would the district basically be obligated to give them the 12 weeks through miscellaneous leave, realizing that, the district wouldn't be paying for those 12 weeks, the state would be. So is that kind of a guaranteed, and would they then have a job when they come back?
I would think that if they qualify for the state benefit, well, let me say this first. If they're qualifying for the miscellaneous leave for the reason why they want to take the leave, and they're qualified to take that leave.
The reason is family.
Right. Well, no, the reasons, childcare, right?
Yeah, childcare.
Let's just take the top one right there. Childcare leave. If they're taking a leave, miscellaneous leave for childcare, and the state is going to provide them with that benefit, the family leave benefit, then that's something that they're going to go through the state to get. It's not, but they're qualifying for the child care leave, miscellaneous leave through the district.
Which is a benefit, that's already something that's available. They can, as a non-probationary educator, you can take a year off for childcare leave. That's currently in practice.
But at least when I went to Everest, I could only take one leave. What if you have 3 kids? Can you take it 3 times?
Well, if you meet so if the language states that you have to then be back for 2 years to then qualify to be able to take another year off.
So you can only have kids every 3 years.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea anyway.
It doesn't always work out that way.
No, that's true. It doesn't.
Okay, so anyway, I don't want to go into a rabbit hole here. I have several points here. So another point is 13, 14, 2 maybe. Anyway, bottom line, how many people, and we've asked this question before and I haven't heard an answer yet. So 0.6 to 0.75, how many employees in Jcea fit that criteria?
I'm sorry, I haven't gotten that number yet. I've gotten some other numbers, but I will ask for that one again.
Okay, 3, let's see. Yeah, and this mirrors, I know Michelle and Brooke have already said this, but to me, saying it's not offered to other groups seems like a massive cop-out on your part and almost disingenuous. Let's reject or accept things that we do at this table based on the merits of what those points are, and not say, well, we can't do it because we don't offer it to JESPA. Well, we just learned a minute ago that you did offer bereavement leave to JESPA, and you negotiated something with bereavement leave that we didn't have. So there's, I think Brooke noted, there's an inconsistency there. So
Hey, Rob, just a quick reminder. We agreed we were going to be soft on the people, hard on the issues. This is not a Jennifer Kimson thing. Jennifer is representing. But when you say you, it makes it
you being
got it.
District
Thank
management.
you.
No, I think very highly of Jennifer. I've worked with her for years on the PEC committee, and no one on this, you being management.
Thank you.
And I apologize for any misconstruing that.
Just struck a tone when I heard you. I was like, oh.
Yeah, no. That's not what I meant.
Can I just respond really quickly because it pertains, and I don't want it to get lost in translation, to the bereavement leave? My understanding, and again, this is what I understand to be true, is that there used to be bereavement leave 2 days in the contract, in JCA's contract, and that when you wanted to move from 187 to 185, you agreed to let those 2 days of bereavement, those 2 days of paid bereavement go. But again, that's what I understand to be true, is it used to be in the contract and it was negotiated out of the contract.
Lisa,
and now we're asking to negotiate it back in. And so we're meeting you with that request to say, yes, let's do that.
Okay, that was before my time, so I can't answer that. I was troubled by, there were comments about, like we need to, in terms of specifically benefits, we need to meet with all the different groups here, and have, in the case of benefits, we have, JCA, we have JESPA, we have JCAA, work together in the Benefits Advisory Committee, and we've made some recommendations on that, which, we had yesterday, a lot of those with benefits were shot down in the district proposal. I guess part of the talking there was, well, in the future, when you do an RFP, that, that can be addressed in the RFP. And there seems to be an inconsistency here, because when we're making an RFP with the Benefits Advisory Committee or whatever committee, ends up orchestrating that RFP, that agreement is going to be between the district and the insurance provider. It's not between the district and the employees of the district. So when the framework of, how does the district and the provider interact, that doesn't really have to do with how the breakdown of payment is between the employees and the provider, or the employees in the district. So I'm seeing just some problems in terms of using that example. I don't know. And I guess my last point is just, looking at this and the tone of this, and, as an employee, I'm reading this and not feeling super valued. And I'll be honest, I have 235 sick days. And I could really see, with this thing here, I could see in the future, next few years, I might be taking a heck of a lot of personal, mental health days, because I have plenty to burn. full disclosure, my household can earn more income if a Jeffco sub, who I happen to know, subs for me. And my household ends up with more money. And the kids get good instruction because this teacher is a very good teacher. But is that really in the district's interest if employees are, okay, I'm just going to burn through my sick bank with mental health days? That might not be in the best interest of the students. And I'm afraid that what's presented here is going to do that.
There it goes. I don't know. A lot of my thoughts were real similar. I guess the only thing that I'll add to that is I know change is challenging. I'm going through a lot of personal change right now in my life. And I know that systems changes are really complex. And again, in my own personal life, lots of systems changing. And it takes time to sit down. So I guess I'm just wondering, does the district have an interest in coming to the table to help create these systems changes that we've seen in other districts in relation to leave? I hear that now's not the time. So I guess it kind of goes back to Michelle's a little bit. When seems to be the time to invest in investigating these complex changes?
Go ahead, Anthea.
That was a great segue into, and again, in the words of Steffi Rossi and Lisa Elliott, history, right? So we're pretty passionate about this. And again, I know, Amanda, you having been on the team, you have a whole new team, and our team has been here. I finally realized I've been doing this since 2010. I found the day, Lisa, finally. So over those last 14 years of bargaining, we have brought this up multiple times. And it has always been the same mantra, regardless of who is actually at the helm. Okay. So again, when we talk about history and change and doing something, when is the better time than now? And I think you guys have a strong enough team that we could put something in place to figure this out. With that said, I think there were some things that I heard, and then moving through just some questions I have. So first off, I think one, when we talk about that we can't do it like inequitable, we want other groups to benefit from the negotiations that happen at this table, because our admin benefits from the COLAs that we get. And so it's really, again, disingenuous to say something like we can't use it to help support other groups, because we do it all the time. So I want that to maybe resonate with you, that when we benefit from getting increases, the rest of our employees do as well. And so it behooves us to do better and to make better systems that can potentially help everyone that works in the district. I think the other thing is we keep hearing that, the systems and our computers and our people, and I don't know how they feel, but I could speak for if someone said that I wouldn't be able to do it, or it'd be really challenging to do it, or they can't get it done in a certain amount of time. I mean, IT pretty much rocked it when we went to our last salary schedule, and I know it wasn't without growing pains, but I, again, have faith that if we change something with our system and how we pay out and provide compensation, that our awesome IT people would be able to figure it out, and our HR department would be able to do that as well. So again, I think when we're also like kind of pointing fingers, we need to just also be like, they can do it. They've done it before. And then 13.5, just some clarification. After someone works with someone for HR with like a request or a particular case, is there like a survey that follows that? Because like every time I put in a help ticket, there's like a survey that I have to take to say like, how did the person do? Does that happen with HR when they have to work with someone from benefits? Is that a practice, or do we have that?
So that's a great question. I don't know the answer specifically if it's after a leave, like specifically after like dealing with a leaves or some sort of request like that. What I will tell you is that anybody in HR who you email has a link to a feedback form that you can access at any time and provide feedback about your experience.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure we uplift that because, you know, when we're crossing out the assigned requests within 7 days, and I know you did say that, like, we believe they're doing a good job. I mean, I believe my husband's doing the laundry at home right now, like he said he was, but don't know until I get home. So we can't also improve a system because we've heard stories at this table that people were not getting the help they needed and they were in crisis. And that is a problem. That's a systems problem. And if we can't give someone the feedback that they didn't do their job or they didn't support someone in the way that they needed in times when maybe you're not, you have things going on with your brain. We heard it and we read that story for someone. We can't, I mean, again, when we cross this off, we have to have some kind of safeguard that would, one, if someone's not doing their job, help them improve it, and or two, you know, protect our employees who need that support at that time. So just a little comment on that because I didn't know. I haven't dealt with HR before in that nature. And then with 1313, you put from Colorado to the United States. Is there a reason for that? Just because I have had friends whose husbands were deployed and they had to go live in another state and they had the benefit of getting a job and they benefited from that and then came back after a year. So I was just wondering, like, why we would change it if for some reason someone had to leave for a year and then come back when we're talking about retaining and keeping effective educators. I wouldn't want to lose someone if they had that year break in employment. So I was just wondering about that change.
Our current practice is that they're not allowed to have a teaching position of any kind.
Okay.
If they're on what is now called a break-in service, and now we're transitioning to miscellaneous leave. So we're trying to find the balance of that and allowing for the opportunity abroad that someone might want to take.
Okay.
So
Well, maybe I misunderstood what they were, the nature, but it was just interesting to see just Colorado to United States if that's a practice we've always had.
Yeah, so the current language would end after K-12 teaching position.
Got it. Okay. And then 13, let's see. Oh, Appendix D. So just going back to 1-9, where we would have to be putting another hour every year and going back to that practice when I think we said we had something like 37,000 hours sitting there, and we've only used like 2,000 since we started this, which was before COVID. History lesson. So I guess, again, why would, and I heard all the reasons with, like, you know, like making it equitable and making it fair to all the other groups. But if we change that practice for us, why couldn't we change it for others? Just because, again, I've put it in some years I didn't notice it wasn't taken out. And so why would I have to keep putting an hour, which is a benefit of mine, into a bank that's just, they're sitting there, you know, again, compensation. It's my hour. And if I have to do that every year to benefit from that system when they're sitting there waiting for people to use, I'm losing compensation. I'm losing a benefit. And I think I had one more thing and I can't remember. No, if I remember, I'll get there. I know we're still talking about this. All right. Next up.
Were you asking about 1-9, Anthea? Sorry, I just want to be sure. About the requirement to, yeah, right. I thought you said 1 hour, and I was
No,
like, am I looking
one
at the
of
wrong
our
thing?
hour, like our days. Sorry, 8 hours, one of our days. That's, yes.
So my
I
understanding
did. Well, thank you, because it's been a long couple hours.
Yeah, no kidding.
Several hours at the table. What's 1 hour?
My understanding of that is that's how you elect in each year. So
Right, and we were trying to change that, so we'll just counter back.
counter it back.
We got it.
I'm not sure if it was Michelle, then Lisa, or Lisa, then Michelle. Oh, okay, Lisa, then Michelle, then Dale, then Rob.
I'll just real quickly, I think some people have said this, just again, history lesson. The sick leave bank was negotiated by JCEA before COVID. I don't believe it existed for any other employee group when we negotiated it. It may have been extended to other employee groups after that, which is fine. We're trying to make it better for the reasons quoted, that people say, hey, I thought I put a day in, but it didn't show up, and doesn't make sense, as she said, to keep putting days in. Since I came here in 2006, we have never had paid bereavement leave except what you took out of your own sick and personal leave in the time I've been here. I don't know of any time that we had district paid bereavement leave separate from sick and personal. And that's all I need to say.
I can speak to that really quick because I personally experienced it in 2003. We had 3 days
And that
of
was
paid.
before 6, yeah.
Michelle, then Dale, then Rob.
Kind of what I was going to bring up too is the sick leave bank. I think that we just want to make sure that we're using it in a way that people can easily access it, and also that we're not just accumulating a million hours in there. And so I hope that we will be open for a counter. And again, I just want to, Jennifer, I'm about to send you an email with some stuff, so just so you know, you'll have some things to look at. And I just want to say that I hope that we can be open to solving a problem together. This is an important part of our work, and we've been trying to do this for years. And so I hope that, and even if you get answers to those questions before next Saturday, we would like those just so we can consider that as soon as possible. And it would be great to have that person in the room as well when we talk about this.
Dale?
Most of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm not going to belabor the point. But just like Lisa and Steffi Rossi and Anthea, y'all know my passion is history. So really quick, and Lisa touched on it very, very briefly, just a real quick history lesson. When the Family Act was originally passed, we were in this room talking about this stuff, and the question was broached. Are we going to, let's talk family? And the district bargaining chair at the time said, district has opted out of family. Oh, well, how did that happen? We just made the decision that we're not going to participate in family, and the district's not going to participate in it, but we have other things that we do. So it was never discussed here. We were just told the district has opted out of it, and that's all the discussion was.
Thank you, Dale. Rob, and then Brooke, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to return to this family thing. In terms of the contract, we try to make the contract fit state law, to my understanding, and it should. The Family Act gives basically you can use it one time per year, according to the Family Act. So if you enroll in the Family Act and you do have a kid 1 year and then you have a kid 18 months later, according to the state law, you are entitled to leave. So I guess what I'm asking is, do we need to rewrite the leaves policy to allow the application of that state law and not have it that you have to wait 3 years before having a kid?
It's so the only caveat. And if you can still apply for your disability benefit anytime, and you're still protected by FMLA. The unpaid miscellaneous leave is completely separate from those things. That's just an additional year of unpaid leave that you can take as a non-probationary educator. That does not preclude you from being able to access your disability benefit if you had a baby in 2024 and you have another baby in 2026. You're still able to access your disability benefit. You're still able to access your FMLA protection for the up to 12 weeks of protection.
What about the Family Act? Can I, each year, if I have 3 babies in 3 years, can I take 12 weeks off this year, 12 weeks off next year, and 12 weeks off the next year? Yeah, but would the district then grant me those leaves, knowing that it's paid through the state, without risk of losing the jobs?
Well, you're protected under FMLA for up to 12 weeks already. in a 12-month
In a
period.
12
So we already have that benefit under
So-
FMLA.
Okay.
Right. And the other thing that
But is your job protected then?
yes, by law.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
thank
the
you.
other thing that I just want to say too, that I think it's important to note is that we offer the protection, the disability, the short-term disability, which is paid. All of those premiums are paid by the district, and so with that, you can apply and be approved for a short-term disability, and then when you are on that, you have the protection of the six weeks, right, at 60%, and then you can access your sick and personal time to be compensated for the other 40% at no charge to you and family you have to pay for. So if there's that idea of if we had to opt into family versus using the short-term disability that we currently offer, not only would it be an encumbrance cost to the district, it would also then be an encumbrance cost to the employees, where now
Yeah,
there's
that's why
no
we
cost.
didn't. That's why when we made our proposal, we just had it language concerning like the interface and not that the district be paying its 0.45%,
Right.
because it didn't make financial sense. Yeah, so for everyone to do, and that's why we specifically didn't include that language in our proposal.
I think that what I just want to be really clear is that what we currently offer with short-term disability and what what is afforded to everybody under FMLA is at minimum equal to what is offered under family. And I'm not a family expert, so I'm not going to speak to like what other additional benefits that there might be, which it could actually be potentially the other 40% without having to use your sick leave potentially. But again, like that's why we don't weigh in, because we're not the experts on that. But you're still protected every year. If you have a baby every year for 5 years, you can still get short-term disability and still be protected under FMLA for up to 12 weeks.
Brooke?
Well, since we're talking about history, so the public health emergency leave, actually, we added that after we had an MOU. And, God forbid, another one of those comes around. But it's scary to me when, we take out stuff that we put in there to, continue to protect our employees, because it took so long to even just push for the MOU and to push for certain things. And I mean, remember what that was like when we didn't really have guidance from the state and no one knew what the hell to do, but then they were like, kids need to be in school. And so I just, it just makes me feel good sometimes to have some of these things in here to remind us, not just where we've been, but where what to do if something like that happens. So I don't know. It's hard to see all this redlining, I guess, too, when it's just, stuff that historically we've had to work really hard on.
I mean, to that point, there was nothing in here prior to COVID, and there was nothing in here that said the district will comply with the directives and policies outlined in the declaration. Certainly now we know what that might look like, but I mean, imagine the next PHEL, hopefully not, is you get 120 hours because it's worse. I mean, we wouldn't want to hamstring ourselves into solely following these directions because the directions might change.
Yeah,
That's
I guess
why.
the thing is we'd always have the chance to write another MOU here, but I think, as Lisa says, if I'm hit by a bus tomorrow, or, if this happens in 10 years and, look at the age of some of the people around this table. Some of us are not going to be here, and so, whoa, I don't mean dead. I mean retired. Retired, not dead. I hope, retired. But you know what I mean? I think it just helps provide guidance for the next people too, right? it could be worse. And so then they write an MOU around it. But at least like we've left them with something to do, right? Like, okay, sometimes these things make me nervous. I didn't mean dead. Like,
Okay, I'm just going to say the way we say stuff when people aren't going to be around is when you win the lottery. Right? From now on, if people aren't going to be here, it's when you win the lottery. It's just better.
okay. Retired is what I was talking about. I mean, Rob and Lisa talk about it frequently, you know. Yes. So I'm just, you know, I want us to keep in mind some of that stuff. Like, it may not seem necessary right now, but who knows when the next thing's going to happen. And there's a lot of weird crap happening in our world right now, like weird floods, and so who knows when the next public emergency is.
Anthea?
Just a quick story from a member, and then I promise we can move on because Article 26 is coming up. This is from a member that had surgery on April 1st and has been struggling with HR to get their short-term disability leave, and there's not been a survey. There's not been any, just feedback, and they've had a hard time. So just some feedback.
Rob, is that your card again? Oh, Brooke again? Or did you? Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Were you going to ask something? Go ahead. Okay. All right. So, we have Article 26, and we have dinner in 20 minutes. So, do you think you can get through Article 26? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that would be great. Great. Here we go.
I hope you're just as excited after dinner.
It's going to be great. Positive presuppositions. Amanda, can you share?
So while they're getting ready, I will say, turns out a lot of people care about special education, which is amazing. I elicited some support from all kinds of different stakeholders for this, and you will see some major shifts and some minor shifts. And the minor shifts really are just coming from language. She's working on that. Some of them are minor language shifts. I also work with the people where inclusivity matters, so we're bringing in all of the roles. So you'll see a lot of red. A lot of that is moving around some things, and I'll explain that here in a second. And a lot of it is just cleaning up some old language and bringing it a little bit more current, and then adding roles to be more inclusive. You will see, I'll talk about this as I move through the article, but I took some sections from the very bottom of the article and brought them up into the top. I added a section, renamed a section, and I'm trying to combine a little bit around the MTSS system, co-teaching, and our center program friends into the continuum of supports. So I'll talk about that as I move through the article. While it may not feel like it as I read through this, my attempt was really to simplify and streamline. You can laugh about that after at dinner or after dinner. Okay. So minor shifts in 26.1.
meeting IDA deadlines and requirements, which include but are not limited to determining special education eligibility. We're adding developing and connecting individual education programs, conducting manifestation determinations, progress monitoring, data collection, and Medicaid reporting where appropriate. Just adding a few of the duties our providers also have. We also wanted to include our SLPs in B and their clinical licensing requirements with ASHA. So the American Speech and Hearing Association was added. D, enlisting administrator support and safeguarding dedicated time for fulfilling the legally required responsibilities. Just change some language around a little bit. 26.2 is where I attempted to bring together a continuum of supports when we're talking about the delivery of special education interventions and specially designed instruction. So I'm just going to do a little bit of reading. The district and association recognize that in order to ensure students with IEPs, the students who are at risk achieve educational standards, it is necessary to provide specialists trained in the various areas of educational need. The district agrees to provide special education educators or diagnosticians, school psychologists, school social workers, educational consultants, speech language specialists, and other specialized personnel to provide services across a variety of settings to our students in need as part of Jeffco's continuum of support and services for students with IEPs. The following sections are what that includes. So support setting options include but are not limited to multi-tiered systems of support and special education. MTSS is a continuum of academic and behavioral instruction and intervention that includes special education as part of Tier 3 intervention and support. Special education providers are a part of the continuum of interventions and should be seen as a resource to support students regardless of special education status. Just a little bit of rewording what was crossed out. The district will provide training and support for schools to implement MTSS with fidelity. That's the section it was in prior to me moving it up. Specially designed instruction. This one is a little bit of a revamp on co-teaching. Specifically, co-teaching is a methodology to deliver specially designed instruction. And what I'm attempting to do here is show that it is a part of a continuum and it's optional, but there are other things that also support students' growth on goals as related to their educational disability. So, specially designed instruction, adapting content, methodology, or delivery of service to appropriately meet the needs of students on IEPs, addresses the needs of a student resulting from their educational disability. It's meant to ensure access to their general education curriculum. It is meant to target deficits in foundational skills as opposed to primary instruction, which is designed to introduce new content or develop new skills. It can also preview or review content skills if that supports the targeting skills of those deficits as it relates to their disability. It is not intended to replace primary instruction. 26221, SDI should accelerate student progress beyond what is possible in general education alone. It includes systematic and explicit instruction and is progress monitored for short and long-term goal effectiveness. Specially designed instruction can be provided in a variety of settings at any age or grade level with varying degrees of intensity, including but not limited to instruction in the regular class, special classes, special schools, home instruction, and instruction in hospitals or institutions. Regular classes is where co-teaching would go into specifically when we talk about what we had in there before. What I will also say about that is, just one second. one of the reasons I was motivated to push to consolidate co-teaching, this is just a story a little bit, recent conversations with Anthea and some of our other providers is there's this narrative that we only do co-teaching at the secondary level. I don't know what came, well, I think I know what came first, co-teaching, that narrative around co-teaching and what the language is in the negotiated agreement. But serving students on IEPs is much more dynamic than that, more flexible than that. It could look like pushing in. It can look like small group pulling out. We have incredible teachers that are providing just such a variety of interventions, and what that looks like isn't necessarily co-teaching. It doesn't have to be co-teaching. Center-based programming. These are my people. I have some, I'll talk about some of the asks for co-teaching and why we can't accept some of the current language, but first I'll read 26.2.3. When the nature and severity of a student's disability is such that satisfactory progress cannot be achieved in the general education setting, the district makes available AN, ASD, DHH, and SSN center programs. Those are not spelled out. They might need to be, sorry. To intensify support for some students. 26.232, building administrators will work with center program teachers to create a plan for coverage when there is a teacher or a paraeducator out. We accepted some of your language in those. One of the asks for co-teaching, and I'm just going to talk for a minute about what I took from the section at the bottom and why I can't accept some of it and why it's where it is in the negotiated agreement. Planning and lunchtime was asked for, and that is already captured in Article 5. And our center program teachers get the same benefits, same planning, same lunches as our other educators. So that is in Article 5. Training for our center program teachers, I have captured in 26.3.1, which I have not talked about yet, but that is where we would elicit feedback from our teachers and providers for training. We also have communities of practice for each of our center programs where we're meeting with and collaborating with our providers to get feedback for some of those things. Some of the other asks for the center program language were around center programs only having 2 grade levels. In talking about this, it is an interesting idea. The impact on our students is that they would need to change schools every 2 years. And that does not afford our students an experience where they would develop a community and relationships in one building. It also would be cumbersome on our buildings. When you break that out and look at the data, our schools would need to have more than one center program, different grade bands to capture those needs, and we would still have kids moving all over the place to receive those services. The 2-to-1 ratio across the board, I recognize that there continue to be growing pains when we move the SSN programming para ratio from 3-to-1 to 2, or sorry, from 2-to-1 to 3-to-1. And that has impacted our ISP practice, our one-on-one paraeducator practice. And that is something that we are diligently looking at in our resources for better paraeducator support. Okay, I'm going to go to 26.3. The only change is changing the language from exceptional student services to special education services. 26.3.1. The committee this is about collaborative committees. The committee will be large enough to represent diversity of special educators, but small enough to function efficiently. The executive director or one of the directors and at least an assistant director will be members. At least annually and in collaboration, the district special education department and a member of Jcea will survey special education providers to solicit members for the central collaborative committee. 26.3.2, topics the committee may explore, ways to address caseload workload concerns, professional development needs, best practices in instruction, and other topics that will improve the delivery of special education and related services. This is where I mentioned before the professional learning for center program teachers. There are center program teachers on that committee that would be able to inform some of that work. And at the end, this includes opportunities for equitable staffing in high needs situations, such as Title I schools, dual language programs, ECSEs, schools with center programs, and schools that may require a half-time special education staff. Okay, 26.4, hiring, reassignment, and transfer. Teams who provide district-wide services such as school psychologists, this is where I added a bunch of professionals that are considered central teams. School psychologists, school social workers, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, orientation and mobility specialists, adaptive PE teachers, assistive technology assessment team, teachers of the visually impaired, teachers of the deaf, audiologists, early childhood special education staff, center program staff, behavior analysts, transition staff, child find team, and our private homeschool partnership team. These are all considered district-based positions. No changes to 26.4.2, 26.4.3, 26.4.4. This preschool statement, I've asked a lot of people and spent time trying to understand, and if anybody has the history to help me understand where this came from, I'm open to it. Okay, this sentence in and of itself feels like an odd sentence, and so I moved it to the preschool section, but I took out the experience when possible because all of our special education early childhood providers have to be licensed for teaching. So I'm happy to talk about, think about, fix the language. I moved it down later into the preschool section, but there's no exception to licensing as far as experience goes. The district, 26.4.5, the district will attempt to hire bilingual special educators for appropriate placements. We did change teacher visually impaired for the right language. That's probably what he's looking up. Evaluation 26.5. The special education staff will be evaluated. We accepted some of your language here. We added the assigned evaluator instead of primary building administrator. We added the word administrator right there. I also added coordinators. We do have some coordinators that have administrator licenses and also do some evaluations, so I added them in there. I struck 26.5.1 simply because we already have it captured in Article 7 around training and for our evaluators for special education and everyone else. Special education scheduling 26.6.1. Schedules for learning specialists and other special educators will be determined in consultation with the employee, school level special education teams, and a building administrator. Special education administrators may assist if requested. Mid-year changes to assignments may require adjustments to schedules. 26.6.2, just change some language right there from special educators. May contact the building administrator and or special education department if planned and scheduled paraprofessional or other supports are changed regularly. That last little bit we added for assistance with problem solving. (26.6.3), I edited a little bit, but I moved it down to a section about additional pay, so it's at the bottom of Article 26. 26.6.4, we accepted your language. We just changed special education providers to special educators. 26.6.5, there's a couple minor edits that we accepted, and then we added educators and an S on students. In order, and then 26.6.6, we changed SPED to special education team will work with building administration to create coverage. 26.6.7, we took out this last part of this section. The part of this article, special education providers will collaboratively partner with administrators to determine an appropriate private space, is an ongoing, talking about those things, about what's priority, where the building, what are the usages, all of those are included in there. Staffing allocations. Allocations will be determined using the student enrollment from the first round choice enrollment window. I struck this language around December count, which is one data point that we use, but the 1st of February. There's an entire system that goes around with what the first round choice, where data is being brought in, and then there's some data cleanup, and there is a lag or a window before we can start that allocations communication, and we cannot be time bound by that day. That window moves, and so we just can't be tied to that specific day. $26.73, we just changed a little bit. General staffing allocation plans will be shared with the association after they have been reviewed by schools and shared with special education educators in the spring semester and after the July review. In 26.8, we just took out that word education. Same thing with 26.8.2. 26.8.2.1, mileage reimbursement will be provided by one of the schools determined by building administrators. This is for learning specialists when they have split positions. This is current practice that we have. Duties and responsibilities, 26.9.1.1. Case managers will provide general education teachers and building administrators who have a legitimate educational interest or a need to know with IEP snapshots and behavior intervention plans, and will hold meetings with classroom teachers as soon as possible at the start of the year with ongoing needs to support their work with students who have IEPs. In some buildings, those who need to know or have an interest may be all of the administrators, but it might not include all of the administrators. We just want to be cautious of that. 26.9.1.2, ongoing collaboration is encouraged between general education and special education staff to maintain access to on-grade curriculum standards and expectations. 26.6.7, that section was moved up before to 26.6. I'm sorry, it was moved to 26.6.7. We struck 26.9.1.4. I was able to get some feedback from how this could impact a building if we had it in language in this way. And for our smaller buildings, it could become crippling in that they would not have enough adults for the morning and afternoon duties. I acknowledge that our special education teachers and providers have meetings before school, after school, and throughout the day. Conversations should be had, but the language in the contract would negatively impact some of our very small schools. 26.9.1.5. This was around central evaluation teams. We have central evaluation teams for SLPs and motor and mental health providers. And this is an interesting idea, and it is definitely something we would like to study and look at our resources and how to consider something like this in the future. The impact of having a central evaluation team, it took us 14 months to consider what that would look like for mental health providers, which is starting this next fall. We were able to shift enough positions within our budget to make that work. We would need some time to study this idea, to look at other dynamics, to figure out how to pull enough central learning specialists together to make this work. So this is something we could study next year. It is something that comes up often in conversation. 26.11.1, just a few minors. I turned SPED to special educators. that may be excused by their supervisor. This is around professional learning, I believe. No, 22.5 additional work. 26.11.2, I added the word special. 26.12 is sort of where I put special education, or sorry, preschool special education. This was my attempt to fix that sentence, which still sounds very strange. I'll read it so you know what I mean. Preschool special education positions will be staffed by special educators who specialize in preschool education. There's a lot of special and a lot of education. So again, Lisa, the history, I want to hear, but what is the intent of that, and then how we can maybe fix it to make more sense. And then 26.12.2 remains the same. The number might be different. And then I'm going down to 26.15. And this is where additional pay. So this is where we're trying to get clear on additional pay and how we provide additional money to our special education professionals when there are vacancies. So in the case of a learning specialist staff vacancy lasting longer than 30 days and that causes special educators' caseloads to exceed that which is outlined in the allocation guidelines, they will be paid at the additional 1/6 rate per Article 17. The next one is the same. It's just less than 30 days. For learning specialist staff vacancies less than 30 days and that cause special educators' caseloads to exceed that which is outlined in the allocation guidelines, they will be paid at the per diem rate per Article 17 for 1 hour per day. The difference there is the process around those payments. One of the questions when I was looking at the asks for additional pay and that continually comes up is around when there's a para vacancy. And there's a process, we have guidelines around how to help our building administrators in a process for posting and hiring for those para vacancies. And then we reimburse buildings on the back end to cover the costs of those subs. That is a current practice and is ongoing. And then 26.15.3, special educators will be compensated for 3 additional workdays per school year for duties including but not limited to planning, scheduling, reviewing IEP documents, holding transfer meetings, communication with families, meeting with staff and other buildings to prepare for transition students to different levels. Compensation for these days will be paid at the per diem rate. The district will provide a process for this. This has been a point of contention for a lot of departments, and in something that I could change is that our special education providers and related service providers will get this 3 days without having to submit the time and the cumbersome process that we have had this year between payroll, HR, and special education. So we are simplifying that. We will provide a process. I don't know what that is yet, but there will be a process where every special education teacher and related service provider gets those 3 additional days for the extra work that they do. The rest of it is crossed out. I attempted to answer some of those questions regarding our center program staff at the top when I was talking about the continuum of supports and services. One thing I want to mention in 26.16.3, one of these ideas was that students in all center programs, this portion of the article lumps all center programs together. And there's a feeling in this sentence. It says students cannot attend as they cannot be unattended. Apologize, as they transition to and from transportation, and that statement simply is not true. Those supervision for students in center programs is decided in the IEP process. We certainly have students in center programs that can transition independently and access gen ed. Not all of them. Some need support. However, there are students that are in center programs that that could transition. So some of those things are beliefs and perhaps practices, but some of these decisions are made within the IEP process. That's all I have for 26.
So I know there are likely lots of questions and statements that you'd like to share. I also want to honor that people might be a little hungry and dinner might be out there. Can anybody in the back of the room give me a thank you, Andrew? Andrew says dinner is here. And so while we take a 30-minute break to enjoy our taco bar, thank you to our District Food and Nutrition Services Department for providing that to us this evening. I certainly would encourage us to all consider language that has been presented tonight and come back to the table with any questions. All right. We'll see you all back here in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for rejoining us. Not that you had a choice. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left of our session, and we do have, I believe, 2 articles remaining. Nope. We have an Article 26 for questions and comments, and then we have Article 24. I do believe it's listed here as tentative, but we are ready on 24. Okay, so we're going to go ahead with 26, and it looks like Lisa's got the first question.
Okay. So I wanted to just mention a couple of things that came up while Marie was presenting. The reason the co-teaching language is in there is because we were running into high school mostly, principals who would have really unreasonable expectations of their learning specialists. They would expect them to co-teach at the highest level, which means they're standing up there delivering content and delivering instruction alongside the gen ed teacher with 3 different teachers and 3 different subject matters. And you can only reach that highest level of co-teaching if really it takes years to get there. You've got to have co-planning with them, etc. And that wasn't really the reality, but people were being dinged on their evaluation because they weren't doing that. And so that's really why that language was in there. And we can figure out how to talk about that maybe in the contract. And the other thing I wanted to mention in terms of historical stuff was the preschool thing. I'm a secondary teacher, used to be. And in the 20 years I've been doing this work, I have had to learn a lot about elementary teachers. And one of the things I've learned about elementary teachers is they are really connected to their grade level, or maybe 2 grade levels, but they really I'm a kindergarten teacher, or I'm a 4th grade teacher. And preschool people are even more so. So when we didn't have a whole lot of preschools in the district, the preschool special ed people were just preschool special ed people. And there was a period of time when the SPED department was trying to make people do pre-K through 6. And the people that loved preschool and that was their area of expertise were like, hell no. And so that's why that language ended up in there, because that was their jam and that was what they were good at. And for them to go into a 6th grade classroom and deal with a 12-year-old would be like, asking me to run a marathon. It just wasn't in the cards. So it came about. That's why it came about. So that's the history lesson on SPED.
All right. Can we present the language just so because I'm going to start with an apology that if we can, I would like to go through it step by step because I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. We also have a couple friends here that I would like to introduce themselves just because I'm not an expert in all areas, our SPED. So I want to have them introduce themselves before we get started.
Jennifer Anglis, Learning Specialist at Ralston Valley High School.
Kate Noyes, AN teacher at Hutchinson Elementary.
All right. And again, they are the gurus of the secondary and center-based world. So I'm going to try and capture everything we talked about. And if I miss something, friends, please jump in, okay? As well as anybody else on the team. Okay. So at the top, 26.1. Thank you for adding these pieces. I think, again, if we can have as many pieces to highlight what we do in our jobs, it's all going to be helpful. So, yes, that's looking good so far. All right, 26.2, going down to that. So with 26.2.1 in particular, I'm trying to understand just how you envision, because the language here, special education providers are part of the continuum of interventions and should be seen as a resource to support students regardless of special education status. Can you walk me through that some more, your thoughts on that and what that would look like, just because there were a lot of questions flying at my phone, and I think that was just, again, when we're talking about workload and caseload and all the things, we want to make sure we understand your intent.
Yeah, that I anticipated that question. We had a ton of people talk about this idea. Is special educators should be seen as a resource, as in someone to perhaps talk to about some interventions. So, for example, if a student is not making the expected progress in a tier 1 type of intervention or universal supports, then that student would go to a tier 2 and the school would try different things, right? Perhaps asking or collaborating with a special education teacher going into tier 3 when progress is not being made. In no way is there an expectation or desire for a special educator to also provide the interventions through that process if a student is not found eligible under IDEA. So it's just a resource as an expert in academic interventions.
Okay. Just because I think that was interpreted as we will be providing interventions, which again, I am not saying because I do provide interventions for students. We are putting through the process and trying to gather data. And so if they fit in a group and I have room in a group and that is the instruction that meets their needs, I don't think any of us would say, nope, they can't. We can't support that child.
So,
however, I just also want to make sure that then we aren't just, like you said, providing, and that could be misconstrued that we're providing interventions for any and all students who might require them.
The intention was just not to have MTS separate from special education. Similar to the last sentence that I struck down here, this is like a general education process, but should involve special education personnel. It should be a collaborative process using expertise from both teams.
Okay. All right. 2622. Thank you for adding that specially designed instruction and that piece just to kind of highlight some of those different parts of our job. I know Lisa talked about the co-teaching piece and that we're trying to get away from, there's different models, there's different means of targeting and supporting students. I think with this, I'm trying to think of how to word that, Kate, what we were talking about. Let me think. Like I said, I'm trying to think on the fly too. No, okay, I lost it. If I come back, we can circle back around. So 2623 with center-based, and Maria, were you seeing the center-based piece from below up here? I just want to make sure because when it was crossed off down below, there's a lot of pieces there that I wanted to address, so I don't want to
There are a lot of pieces below, and we can certainly talk about and consider taking some of those pieces and moving up. I tried to capture some of the big ideas from the center program section below in the narrative, but I also wanted to bring it up to the continuum of supports, as in how we serve our kids on IEPs. So a little bit of both.
Okay. Well, when we get down to the language down below, I'll address it then just so that it's more clear to everyone as we're going through this. Let's see. Okay, 26232. Let's keep going. You were talking fast and I was writing furiously, so I'm making sure I'm not missing. Okay. Place annually. Trying to make sure I'm not missing. Collaborative committee. There was one piece of that. There was a will and a may, and I wanted to. Topics may. Okay, keep going. Reassignment and transfer. Steph, was I missing anything with that part, the reassignment? Because I know we have been talking about 2641.
Sorry, was that a question?
I'm asking Steph, sorry, because she's just making sure. Again, there's I wrote down firstly, so I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. But thank you for adding all those other positions that are helpful to our job. So that is helpful as well. All right. 26.5. Just with, I think, again, like 26.5.1, and I know I heard you say, like, because it is in, what is it, Article 7, because it's already mentioned. Again, we put things in here just because when people see special education, they go to that article. So if we reference it, just again, like making sure that people can find it and that it's not, just in one spot. And with special education being an article, just as many places to make it easy for people to navigate those parts that are going to be essential to their job duties. With the scheduling piece, let me see, 25.6.1, 26.6.3, and I know you addressed it down there later, so I was just making sure. Okay. Still going. I'm trying to find the 22.5 piece, but I might have. Structure. With 26.7.1, I just think, again, and I know we have had conversations about this at the table before, Maria, so just know that I appreciate that we're still able to review our caseloads, look at them, make those changes should, students, we know people come over the summer. I just think the one thing is that with deadline pieces and just hiring, I want to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity to also get people into the district because we might be a little late to the game on making sure we're staffing appropriately. So again, timelines are of essence when trying to just hire and get people, especially around that time. What were you going to say, Steph?
And I was just going to add, like, having been that school psychologist, if we can adhere to some type of guideline. I was told on May 31st one day that my pairing changed for the next year. And so then I had to contact the school, and it was the last day of school, and let them know. And they were like, oh, we didn't even know you were coming. So it was just, I think the sooner we can have some timelines as close as possible, the sooner than that, again, just that valuing people and educators, it just feels better.
So I want to go back to 26.7.4 because we did reinstate article or Appendix F when we countered with Article 8. And the purpose of that is because I think when we start talking about caseloads versus case management, and because, again, it's been very challenging to even find what our current ratios and numbers are, this is so important for us for a few reasons. One, because we need to know what the expectations are. I mean, again, if I talked about how many kids I case manage, that's very different from the caseload that I work with every day. And so we start to look, and as we move down to other parts, when we're talking about compensation and we're trying to make sure that we have enough people in buildings to do the work that needs to be done, we have to have these pieces in our agreement to make it desirable for people to come here so that they can see what they are and can compare, which we already know that story-wise, we've lost people because they've seen the caseloads are less than other districts. And I think the other thing is because we have different programming and, effective needs is very different from an SSN, is very different from our ASD programs. And we have to make sure that we are putting enough people in buildings to provide adequate instruction to meet that lease, that LRE, and then the service piece. So it's really hard for us to do that if we just don't have it and we can't find it or it's not clear. And again, I know the past conversations have been, well, like, what happens if it changes? Because, it's fluid, and because, we've put over, 400 kids on IEPs this year. So, I know that things can change pretty quickly since they have in the last few years. But again, we have MOUs, we have ways to navigate and change that. We have our collaborative committee. So I don't want that to prevent us from making it very transparent for our special education providers. So just kind of that piece in terms of why it's important. 26821, there has been concern with this. The reason we wanted it to come from the district is because two things. One, schools have fought over, and I have been part of that conversation where our school just ended up paying the person because the other principal didn't want to pay that we were sharing the 0.5 with. And so that has happened because from personal experience, or also the schools just don't pay and the principals refuse it. So I hate to say it that we unfortunately have had administrators in the past who don't compensate people or make it to where that person doesn't travel during the day. And then we're talking about services that kids aren't getting and receiving an intervention. And we know that interventions work well the more frequently we are able to provide them. And so if if an educator is unable to travel throughout the day, then we're potentially either one, not meeting a child's mandated minutes, or two, we're not providing them consistent services to help support their growth. So that is why we really wanted to make sure that we could have that as an option for our people who are in two different sites. 26911.
Can I jump in real quick while you're looking?
Oh, yes, of course.
On 26821, I'm just asking clarification because I may have misunderstood because I have a tired brain. But it said split site special education educator schedules. And I thought I heard you say that it applied to just learning specialists, but not all SPED that is split site. I just wanted to make sure because we have special education educator like throughout. So I think we need to be really clear who that pertains to. If special educator means a teacher versus support staff. And I could have missed it.
I can say this primarily affects our learning specialists that are 0.5. Our itinerant staff that have more schools is paid for centrally. And then our mental health allocations went to 0.2 allocation to cut down on some of the mileage and the costs associated with traveling between schools.
So we might just want to go through and make sure it's clear because what that means. And in my mind, would be different than what is intended there.
I think just with, I know you moved 26913 to 2667, and now I can't, blah, 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 blah. It's up there, and now I'm like, gotta go back. That's what it was. I just think with the consolidation of schools, we've had some challenges with providers being in hallways, providers having to will things on carts and not even having a space. And so again, when we're talking about equity and then also just providing an environment where a child, and a lot of times these are students who have focus issues, they need that quiet space, they need that pull out because it is in their best interest and or written in their IEP in the way their services are provided. It's just, we've heard of some situations where unfortunately we do have providers who don't have a space at all. And so they are either traveling or they're in an area where it could be pretty harmful to the student being able to access their instruction. So that's why we put that in there. And I know it's kind of redundant, but just we have to make sure that people have a space that, and that's for what meets our students' needs and is in their best interest. So
actually, Anthea, can you speak to the redundancy and what is different in the red crossout that is in the second line?
Oh, I thought that was that, so I might have written
No, that's
it down
okay.
wrong,
I just want to make sure that we understand, what is it that's missing from appropriately private space? Is it the word quiet or is it something different?
I don't know, and maybe we need to go back to the table on this one just because I think what our intention was to try and make sure that people even had a space to begin with. And so I feel like maybe we didn't necessarily address that the first time around. So we'll take another crack at it because right now it's just a private space when it's needed. And I think it's always needed if you're providing instruction to students. So maybe we didn't articulate that in the best way. So
thank you.
Try again. Let's see. Okay, moving down. Mileage, we already talked about. Thank you guys for being patient with me. 2611.1. I understand that there needs to be probably some conversation with the supervisor. However, there has, unfortunately, and again, we're trying to make sure that this protects our providers and hold safe the fact that everyone's working well outside the 40-hour work week. But unfortunately, it's been there. I mean, that's just could be an issue long term in that someone says, no, you have to be there. And maybe they have a meeting that day or the next day, or they're trying to prep things for something that is part of their duties. So I just want to make sure that, I understand that they would have a conversation, but to have them basically say yes or no could potentially be challenging for some providers at schools. Let's see, 2612. And then I know, Lisa, that's your wheelhouse with preschool. So if there's anything there, co-teaching. Okay. All right. Additional pay. So let me go down. So 2615.2, and this is where the caseload comes into kind of that gray area. So again, if we had very defined caseloads, case management parameters in our agreement, then we would know when we would need to pay that Article 17 per diem rate. Right now, I mean, my teammate and I see over 40 kids, which I think our ratio is 20-1. That would be our caseload because I don't case manage all those students. So just again, it is going to also safeguard when we would ask for that pay and when we would be required it. Because right now it's like I should be getting paid that with, I think, what my current number is, which is 20-1. And then the additional work. So I know you crossed that off, but I want you to hear that right now we have situations, and we were trying to think of all the different circumstances where SPED providers are taking on extra duties. We currently have schools, as you all know, that do not have learning specialists, whether full-time, part-time. We currently have schools that do not have mental health providers. And so we have people who are taking on an extra 0.5. We have people who have lost someone mid-year and are now covering their entire caseload. We have people who are actually teaching a class for their special education students and also have general education students in their classes. So we were trying to think of as many situations as possible that we have heard of where people should be getting paid extra because they are doing extra duty. It is extra work. They are planning not just for their students, they're planning for other students. And so unfortunately, the nature of our jobs, we are licensed teachers. We sometimes get thrown into, we need another section of math, and so you can teach all the math for that in middle school or high school. Or you know what? We now don't have this person and we have an extra section that we need to provide, and you need to be covering 2 classes at the same time. And again, we just want to, if people are doing the work, then they need to be paid for it. Just like if one of our general education teachers has to split a class or cover a class, we want to make sure they're compensated for it as well. And I just think, again, like making sure that when there are paras out, we have a lot of learning specialists who are covering our center-based programs and trying to support the center-based teachers because it's a safety issue. And so, again, we want to make sure that people are being compensated. I almost said constipated. Maybe that's how we're feeling after 2 days sitting in these chairs at the table. But honestly, like we were trying to call out as many different scenarios, and I know there's probably more than this, but I don't know if that clause up there really does take into account all the situations and unique things that are happening across the district.
I just have a comment. We went back to our requests for pay this year for various reasons, and there was everything under the sun. It's very confusing. We're trying to streamline it because it's confusing for you guys and it's confusing for payroll and HR and everyone else fielding these questions. We really tried to capture that in the 1/6 pay and the per diem. The difference is the process because it's just a different process. That's all I can say. And so when I met with our budget analyst, just for context, this captured the majority of the asks. When there's a vacancy and they're covering, this is covering most of those asks. So happy to look at additional language if you guys put in there.
Okay.
But that was data that we looked at specifically around the requests and how we're paying people and what that looks like.
Okay. And maybe that data would be helpful so that we can make sure we're framing this in a way that's going to get it done and that people would look at this and there wouldn't be any ambiguity as to if they should be paid or not. And that's just all I'm trying to, again, like the 3 days, I appreciate this because we had talked about it, like the time that it takes to actually request it, how do we pay for it? Which is my question when you know the process, or what is the process, which I don't know if you know it yet, but it would be really helpful just so that we had an understanding of what that would look like before we settle. So I do want to encourage you guys to maybe let us know just because that process could definitely determine whether or not we would want to accept this language. Richard, I saw your hand kind of. Oh, were you waving? Oh, to Brooke. Yeah. Okay. I was like, I thought you were waving at me. Okay. Center programs. So the biggest concern with this, and this is why we really tried to elevate, not only by bringing people to the table that are in our center programs to share their stories, but really try to beef up this section. And I can appreciate the fact that not every child in a center program needs the same things, whether that be supervision, whether that be what their, push in and pull out models look like, how much they're, in the general education classroom throughout the day. However, we are also trying to guard against situations that can be unsafe, not just for our students, but for our educators and for our schools. There's been stories where this is why they want coverage and that these students need to have that supervision from start to finish, because we have students in effective needs programs who get something sets them off on the bus because it's those unstructured times, or there's times where they don't necessarily have their safe people with them. And so they're kind of fielding and helping de-escalate a child before they even enter the building so that they're ready to learn. Or maybe the student brought something unsafe, like a weapon, to school, and the teacher was able to get that weapon prior to the student even entering the building. And so we want to make sure that, one, we're keeping our schools safe, our teachers safe, but also meeting, students who are on either behavior plans or who do have supervision pieces written to their IEPs. And so, again, that was the intention. And so I understand that doesn't necessarily, not all students need that, but that was the intention, was to make sure we were guarding against some of those pieces and providing our safe schools for students in that, their instruction. I think the other thing is our center-based teachers, I don't know how else to put it, but they're in crisis. We don't have enough programs to service our students. We don't have enough teachers. We don't have enough paraeducators. And unfortunately, they're the ones that are burning out fast and quickly to a point of where I don't know if we're going to even be able to offer center programming long-term in this district, because we have cut a lot of programs and we have made it so that it is really challenging. I heard you say we have kids moving from program to program. Some of these things we wanted to put in, because we have K2. If we had, 3 teachers in a building, we could have K1, 2, 3, 3, 5, all in that building. And then students wouldn't have to keep transitioning and moving from their home school or the school that they're at. And they would be able to build those, exceptional experiences and have the opportunity to really be part of that school culture and that school climate. And so I just think we have to do better for our center-based teachers. And our concern is that if we take a lot of these pieces out, it's going to be the situation that we're currently dealing with. We're not going upstream. We're just pulling people out. They're drowning. And we haven't done enough, I think, to hold their duty-free lunch safe, to give them the planning time they need, to make sure they have PD. Again, I heard you say that there is a district team. I don't know if we know who that district team is or who's on it. I think we need to make it very transparent and clear, because from what I'm hearing from our center-based teachers is they're not receiving that support. They're not feeling like we're honoring the work that they do, while also keeping them safe and giving them the same provisions that our other educators have in this contract. And so again, I know you tried to bring it forth at the initial part of our article, but just seeing a lot of this crossed off it's tough, because our center teachers need more. They really do. And so when we come back, we're going to try and see if we can put some things in to hold them safe, to keep them safe mentally and physically, because unfortunately they bear the brunt of a lot of physical and trauma, and just like a lot of our teachers do. So,
Richard, then Lisa.
It was on. Oh wow. I just want to add also I'm happy that initially I raised mine for center-based educators as well at the beginning, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to say it, but I worked with a center-based teacher last year, and there was absolutely no time for her to take a break at all, because she had a walkie and she couldn't just leave, so she was just running around the school the whole day. And I know what some of us are thinking, oh, well, just take your lunch. No, it's not like that. When you're just take your lunch. Just go take your lunch. Turn off the walkie. It's not like that, because you're there trying to provide for that student. So it's like, you're not just going to turn off your walkie. You just can't step away for your 30-minute lunch. And plan time, there was no plan time at all. 2, I was at elementary school on Monday, and I observed a severe needs kid just beat up and spit on an administrator and a paraprofessional. And I think the one thing that shocked me the most about this whole thing is that they were desensitized to it, the administrator and the paraprofessional. That's just how it is. I'm just saying, like, we got to have more supports for those people there, right? I obviously know that and I'm well aware that student, there's some stories there. I want to make sure I'm saying this correctly, because I'm not trying to have something like last night happen again, where I'm not trying to say that our students aren't our value, but I'm just saying, like, that's happening daily. Yeah.
Lisa, then Rob, unless Lisa put hers down. Rob?
Yeah, so a couple things. One, just to note, a few people have said center-based. In one of my many spontaneous subbing sessions, I did actually substitute within the center program, and it's like, wow, I was just amazed by what those teachers do. So I just wanted to elevate, they work hard, and the skills that they have to educate those kids is phenomenal. So I just wanted to throw that out there, which, I did see spontaneously subbing. So going back to the value of spontaneously subbing there, that's something I never had been exposed to. And I was forced into that just by the way that the protocol worked, and it was really educational. On 2611.2, you added the word special. The current contract just says educators will be trained or will be taught some things relating to having para support and things like that. I'm wondering why the switch, because to me, I think if you're a general education teacher and you have a para, it would really be nice to have that information and training as well. So I guess why did you qualify it with special?
Well, I suppose I was thinking this was the special education article, and it's talking about, paraeducators and paraprofessionals in training. I don't know. I question a mechanism how we would teach or train all teachers for around this para, but I don't.
Or just the ones. I just know we have teachers in the building, and I haven't for a number of years, but I have, had paraeducators in my classroom, and I don't think I've been really successful in terms of utilizing their expertise well. If I had training, it might be a much better experience for the kid because I would know how to integrate with that teacher better, which I didn't feel I did. So I think I was lacking in my job.
I think I just made an assumption this was specific to special education teachers. This is the hot topic specifically for center programs because to be successful I'm just saying to be successful in a center program, you have to manage adults and students.
Mm-hmm.
So we talk about that all the time. And I just assumed that's what it was talking about. So I added special, but I'm open to other things.
This is also specific to their supervision. So actually literally being their more or less supervisor, rather
rather than just
training in their evaluations, rather than just working with them.
Okay.
I think it's literally the word supervision is in here. So I assume that it's not just how to use them well, but their evaluation process. More or less, it's pretty much the training or their evaluation process is.
Yeah, later it said evaluation, but earlier, I don't know. I just, in my thinking, it would have been nice to have had some knowledge of how to best integrate their expertise into, my teaching as well. The other point was just, and I probably missed it, but 2613, it was all struck, and I wasn't sure the reason for that. You probably said it, and I probably just missed it.
I talked with Lisa a little bit. We're going to try to, I think you guys are going to try to fold some language up in the continuum of services. She had to give me some history on why co-teaching was in there. Something I've been wrestling with on my team, just for context for you guys, is co-teaching is not a special education initiative. It's all subject areas. So to have such robust language specific to a methodology in a special education article, I just folded some of that into specially designed instruction. So I think you guys are going to talk about how to bring some of that back, but that's why.
Okay, thank you.
Just so you know, the history of that was when Matt Polero and I initially wrote this, we were trying to address the problem that is co-teaching because at that point, we just had so many people talking about the workload and how many, basically they had more preps because they weren't only providing instruction in their own. So essentially, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I only know middle school models having transition meetings for my students, but they have their resource or their access class where students come in and they support them in that, push it. Basically kids haven't, one of their electives becomes one of their classes for that. And then, so they had that class and maybe one or two of those classes, right? So that's 2 preps. And then maybe they were co-teaching 2 math classes and they were co-teaching 2 ELA. And so we start getting in the nature of they have 6 or 7 preps. And so we were trying to figure out how to navigate co-teaching, and this was the best alternative at the time because, again, I think there's not a lot of clarity. It's a way to deliver instruction. It's not necessarily a special education model, and so I am all up for trying to change this to make it work because I think our secondary educators know that this isn't the only way to provide support for their students and to meet their needs. So from what I'm hearing, I think Lisa and I we could navigate it. But that's kind of the history of where that came from. Because that is from our district language, just so you know.
Kendra?
Okay. It's just a short little question. First question I have is, what's the ratio in our center-based programs? Are they all the same, or does it vary depending upon the program?
It varies based on the program level.
Okay.
So like what's an AN?
AN program is 1.5 para educators per program. Many of our schools that have AN center programs have 2 programs in one building, so they get 3 paras.
Okay.
That is something we're studying. Our ASD programs are 2 to 1, and our SSN programs are 3 to 1. Okay. And I cannot speak to the para support in our DHH programs. I'd have to ask my friends in
Maria,
the specialized in DHH.
might it be possible that any students within any of the center programs also have a one-on-one?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We need more support than that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the reason I ask, it kind of goes back to that 2 grade levels, because I know in our ASD center program, in my building specifically, I know that we've gone from a 2-teacher model to a 3-teacher model. And from what I understood, it wasn't necessarily like 2 grade levels. It was based on the continuum of needs that kids have. And just my experience as a classroom teacher, having kiddos push in with support, I could tell our center program teachers could do so much more with our 3-teacher model than they were able to do with our 2-teacher model as far as supporting kids' needs. So just a little thought.
But again, see, if it was in the contract, we would know those questions right away.
So we have about 35 minutes left, and I do want to honor that we have AMP educators in the room, but I also know that our guests may have a question or two. Go ahead, Ms. Noyes.
I don't do well with microphones. My question is, why is AN so not supported? We have kids that are violent, and we need to have 2 people watching when a kid does have a big moment. And then that leaves our other kids unsupported. And we have more grade levels. And if I want my kids to be successful in class, they really do need somebody there saying, you're doing a good job, or intervening with rewards or something. So we kind of are feeling not valued. And I want to know why.
I can say that some of that is historical, and those ratios, they're being looked at and considered for AN programming moving forward. That's what I can say.
Great, they're being looked at, but that doesn't give me hope to make it through more years. And I'm good at my job, and I want to stay here. I love my school. I love my students. I love my team. But I need hope. I need to know when are you going to see us?
And Maria, I think it's a hard conversation because historically we started the collaborative committee. Oh gosh, I am just like almost saying some other. I don't know what I'm saying anymore in a fog. But we started the collaborative committee in 2019, so actually just before COVID hit. And so we were already trying to look at these models and really try and change the way we were staffing, the way we were looking at students. For example, like weighting IEPs for students on EEOs, looking at our center-based programming models because we had just closed down a bunch of programs. And so then we were struggling to have enough programming to provide supports to students. So I think when we talk about the when, and this conversation's been ongoing, it's not new. It's been happening since I've been in SPED, and this is my 8th year in this position. So I think just teachers we keep hearing like, it's going to change. We're going to do something. We're going to do something. And there's been micro changes, but there has to be something drastic because again, I keep going back to the fact that we have, I think 12 center-based we don't have teachers right now. And so, we really do want to solve this problem. We want to support and work with you guys to figure out how we can keep our special education providers in the district, because I think all of them are at a point where they don't know if they can do this job anymore. I know I have definitely asked myself if I can do it, because I was a classroom teacher before and I can always go back in the classroom. And I don't want to say that, but I am going to say that at the table, because we have schools that are literally drowning, and it's not okay, because it's not meeting the needs of our students. And these are kids who are marginalized. These are kids who have higher dropout rates. These are kids who, unfortunately, are at risk for hurting themselves drastically. And so we have to do better, not just for our teachers, but for our kids in our schools. And we're not doing our special education providers justice. So I think when we ask the question of when, it should have happened yesterday.
Thank you.
I was going to do a time check, and I hate to interrupt, because I think this is such an important discussion, but I also know that we really need to get through the AMP language too.
Yeah, I agree. That's our last article tonight, and so I'd like to thank our guests who were willing to join us at the table and engage with Anthea to ask really important questions. We appreciate you. We'd also like to welcome up our AMP educators who have joined us this evening for a counterproposal to Article 24, Elementary Art, Music, PE, and Instrumental Music. I apologize if I didn't say AMP and EIM educators. My apologies. And I think Lisa is presenting, or at least
I'm going to present the language, and we have our AMP educators here to maybe explain the why if you all have questions, because again, they're the experts. I did move this. Oh, darn it. I gotta get back into this silly thing. Hang on. I did move this into the red line folder in our shared folder. And as soon as I get in, I'll share my screen.
While you're doing that, I also noticed that your alpha version of this article is not in the red lines anywhere. I can't find it. So if you guys have that somewhere and can drop it in just so we have it, that would be great.
I'll look for that when I get out of here. Get out of finishing doing this. All right. Okay, this is our friend Charlie, Jcea Charlie. And I'm going to go fairly quickly because there's not a whole lot of new stuff. We added the words in instrumental music at the title. And we went ahead and added a little definition in here just to, because we have another definition here, and we just thought that was missing. We didn't put it in the first time around and realized that was kind of was missing. So the term EMI educator is used in this article as a licensed music educator responsible for teaching fifth graders as well as other grades in some schools, instrumental music curriculum, often band and orchestra. This is just a switch from teacher to educator in 24.1.5. This stuff has been accepted. In 24.2.2, we just added a little language here that said the OLT will collaborate per 10-5-2, and this is about time between sections, that the OLT would be working with them on that. This has been accepted. And okay. I think this may have been struck. I can't remember now, but we feel it's important to point out that AMP curriculum coordinators may be accessed to assist with resource and classroom space discussions and planning. I just have so much respect for our coordinators. They know so much. They get all over the district, and just want to pull out that they're available and can help schools when they're trying to figure stuff out. And then we're going along. The part about combining sections has always been an issue for our AMP educators. We recognize that sometimes it is the best solution, but we've added a sentence here that says when combining one or more additional homeroom sections, AMP educators will receive 1/18th pay, the value of one additional section. That's where that comes from. It's a very, very small percentage, though. It's so not a lot of money. Okay, this is a big conundrum. Middle K-8 schools. We have tried and tried over the years to come up with a K-8 formula for teachers teaching both elementary and middle school in art, music, and PE. And it's difficult because what works in one school doesn't work in another. I had a grievance this year on this very topic, and it would have been helpful had there been an agreement in writing that was signed, because the principal thought they had agreed to it. And the teachers were like, no, we didn't really think we had. So here's our run at this. This is about K-8 schedules. They're to look at 1 year-long middle school elective taught by an elementary AMP educator will be reviewed with the OLT and AMP educators to determine section counts. That's current language. The schedule will be put in writing and agreed to by K-8 AMP educators and administration. All parties will be given a copy of the agreement. Challenges with the K-8 AMP schedule can be brought to the OLT for collaborative reevaluation or revision within the school year. Because sometimes you think it's going to work and you get into the year and you're like, wait a minute, this isn't working. Middle school classes should correspond with elementary class length for 24-6, and those longer than 45 minutes or the corresponding elementary class length should be weighted above a 1.0 section proportionally. In other words, traditionally, elementary AMP classes are 45 minutes. Middle school classes may be 50, even 55. And in some middle schools, they're doing 90-minute blocks. So that has to be taken into consideration when trying to compare these apples and oranges and come up with a reasonable class load. And fourth subject, we also recognize that a fourth special is sometimes a good solution to an individual school's problems, but we also want to honor the fact that it decreases instructional time in art, music, and PE, and our AMP teachers really value their curriculum and want students to be exposed to as much of it as possible. So, 2473, if the OLT determines that a fourth subject area special is necessary during the AMP rotation, thus reducing AMP instructional time, the decision-making process outlined in Article 10.5.2 will be followed. Before the OLT votes on this change, a majority of the AMP educators, usually 2 out of 3, must agree to this loss of instructional time. If both the AMP educators and OLT vote in favor, the administrator will proceed to file a 1-year variance as outlined in Article 16. And then when we're talking about equitable resources, this was struck and we went in and tried to reword it just a little bit. Equitable resources include a safe and designated space to teach each content area deemed by the school's AMP team, OLT, and if necessary, the AMP curriculum coordinators. We feel like this is important because some of the spaces our teachers are having to use are not ideal and need to be addressed. 24811, assigned spaces must meet the particular purpose of the AMP class, ensuring that it meets the requirements and standards set forth by the AMP and EIM educators and OLT. This designation implies that the space has been identified and prepared to effectively accommodate the needs of teaching each content area within each AMP/EIM curriculum. Observation comp days and non-contact days, we added EIM here to for the professional learning. We accepted your strike through and going back to 1. And then we just added at the bottom, or through professional growth funds available in Article 6, just to remind our educators that might be perusing this article that exists. And then when we get down to instrumental music, once again, we are highlighting a safe and appropriate space to teach, because that is sometimes hard to come by, especially for our band and orchestra teachers. And again, if that support from the music curriculum coordinator, we want to elevate that she's available to help problem solve. The EMI educators will collaboratively determine scheduling with each school's administration and OLT. I want to talk a minute about mileage funds. So we had district, and you struck it and put SPB. Now we've struck SPB and written district back in. And let me explain this. Sometimes, many times, these educators who have as many as 8, 9, 10 schools are afraid to put in for their mileage, because if they do, that cuts into their budget for, other musical supplies. And we don't think they should have to sacrifice their mileage reimbursement so that they can have adequate supplies for their students. So somehow we've got to separate those two things so that they can both get their mileage funds and have the funds they need to run their program. If the word district allocated funds isn't the right words, we're open to other language, but that's the problem we're trying to solve. People not getting their funds, they're sacrificing themselves for it. And the EMI budget will be collaboratively developed. That's all been accepted. The budget will cover the cost of supplies, including but not limited to instructional resources, performances, maintaining instruments, etc. Those budgets are pretty stretched, and that's the end of it. So, questions? Steve?
Just a real quick one, I believe, but you created 24.1.3 up above to define EIM, and then it's down in 24.10. I'm just wondering if...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we screw up there? We may have.
No, I was just curious. Wondering if maybe those could be combined. Maybe that's...
Yeah, that's possible. It doesn't exactly define it in 24.10.1, but we could certainly move it there if it makes more sense and smoosh it into that wording more eloquently. Anything else?
I think the intent too, Emma Hartman, she, her, music educator. I think the reason we had pulled it, and I had pulled that language from 24-10-1. It's exactly, part of it, and added to make it a full definition to make sense. But we just had started separating in language AMP and EIM right at the top. So we just wanted to have those definitions just really, really clear from the beginning. So if we can figure out how to eliminate some redundancy, that's fine with me.
Did you all have anything else you wanted to point out about the language?
Kate, stuff.
Okay, sounds good.
Principals, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you budget for mileage, don't you have a separate mileage line to budget for? You might have to look at one of their budgets, but I'm pretty sure it has to be budgeted separately than like the EIM budget, but we'll double check. I think they have a mileage line they're supposed to be budgeting for.
Well, and if that's the case, then we need to do some more education of our educators, because we hear this all the time, that people aren't submitting for their mileage because they don't want to take away their mileage, their program funds.
Other questions? Steve, your name is still up. Now it's upside down. All right. Anything you'd like to add, Jen or Emma, to the language?
I had a little speech, but we're running short on time, so I hate to go through it when we're running short on time. I'm a Jennifer Gutierrez, and I've been in our district for 30 years, and I'm also a district for about 10 years. I do the new teacher induction, which I don't do this year, but over the last couple of years, we've lost a couple of K-8 teachers that are new in the district. And so it's hard for me when my job is to try to retain them and we lose them. So it was important for me to kind of come here tonight and reiterate the language on K-8 educators, because I've been in, again, 30 years, and so I know the world of AMP. I'm in a K-8 right now, and it's really difficult. Secondary thinks they own you. Elementary thinks they own you. What is this? One group saying, what is this 45-minute section? What do you mean you have 18, but your schedule has all this time? What do you do with it? So you want it to be successful and a win-win, and it's really helpful when language is put clear. I appreciate what you've changed. It helps us. It helps our administrator. We have great administrators, elementary, secondary, but they coming together, they don't know each other's model. And then we're kind of stuck in the middle. So I appreciate you listening, looking at the language. I'm here if you need to answer anything. And I'm sure I missed a bunch of stuff, but I think that's it. So I wanted to iterate that, again, I'm a teacher and I was on the Olympic team. And the two things that really are in common is we're all here on one team. And I think we often at a meeting like this forget our success for the district, the school, and what we really, our common goal. And just looking at the big picture and allowing us to talk helps a lot. And hopefully we can all be together on all this success, because AMP is a difficult role. And I always want to welcome you. Want to come to K through 8, I'll give you my meet links. You can come have a party with us, because we do some great things. If you ever want to come to art, music, or PE in our classroom, the door's open.
The virtual door.
The virtual tour. It's awesome. It's great. The kids love it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for anyone around the table, or Jen or Emma as our guests? All right. Well, thank you. We will certainly take Article 24 and return languages as soon as possible. We'll make sure you know ahead of time when we're able to bring it back so that you can return if you're available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Jen. Have a great weekend if you sneak out, which is totally fine. So we have reached the end of our agenda. We do not have time to caucus and return language, but we can get out a few minutes early. So we do want to take a look at if there's anything that anyone feels like they can put on the agenda for next Saturday. That's great. If not, Michelle and I do have a conversation scheduled on Tuesday, and so we can make sure that we've touched base with both teams to know what we'll be ready for. So if everyone would take a look at the joint communication, we've been trying to assist. Anna was very gracious to be willing to step in when Michelle had to leave. So if you could please read through that, I'll give you a couple of minutes, and then we will come to consensus on that and move on to our weekends. No worries, Brian. You don't have to restart it. We're pretty much done at this point. When you feel like you are ready to come to consensus, feel free to thumbs up. And again, if there are any edits, please make them. You all have editing access. Steph? Yes, that is accurate. Are you good, Rob? I know Rob was reading through the 13. Feel like it's okay? Perfect. All right. If everyone is ready, we will adjourn for the evening. And Saturday is our next. So we have 7 days off, not of work, of negotiations. So we'll see you next Saturday here, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thanks, everyone.